Good evening and good morning in United States and good lovely night in Australia. We have ladies all over the world, and it is a conference called Global Women Conference 2020. I welcome everyone wherever, which part of the country you are watching this program. Um, and I really hope that today would be a lovely day. We have so many professional and intellectual and successful ladies on the board. And one by one, I will introduce you. The program has been designed in a very beautiful way. There are individual speakers who are going to give the speeches and they are panelists who are going to discuss the topics. We have very interesting topics today. If you have a passion to work for a women development, you are the one who always think about that woman is not aligned with what she deserve in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of balance for better balanced life and innovation and startups incubations she need to be developed as a future leader. So this is the right program to watch. We are going to discuss all these interesting issues today. Before I start, I want to thank the Musa Sheikh and Berkeley Me Global to sponsor this whole event with the concept that they feel that woman is the most precious asset on the universe and she requires a great care. So, uh, what is the objective of this foundation is that this foundation is trying to get the women right in place in terms of their rights and their due respect. So, what generally we are focusing at to discuss the policymakers that they should make supportive legislation because we do can make changes on a micro level, but of course macro level changes are really important. So if we involve the legislature, the parliament, the governments, and they commit themselves on getting a free education, free health, and the right to live freely in the country, I think the goal will be served. We are trying to get investments that can generate enough funds for startup and incubation. So, in the panels, of course, we are going to discuss all this that how we can achieve what is the roadmap and how to invest in projects which create women jobs because women are almost 50-50 ratio in a society. Even some societies the woman is more than a man. So as a generic change in this gender proposition, women need to be given job opportunities. So, through a fund management mechanism, we are trying our best to get the jobs, the creation of job. This is really important, and the main objective is to get a free education. When a child, baby girl, come in the world, she has her constitutional right that she will get a free access to education and healthcare. So we because a better woman, a better kid, an educated kid is going to create an educated nation. That is the concept behind. And we are talking about the developing countries where women situation is not that good, and we need to invest in women and child protection centers because of this proposition of women versus men. Women is now the earning hand, so the old women need to be taken care in a very uh, organized way. That's why invest in early home care is really important in the developing country where the where you are in a old ages and you are unable to handle yourself, and there is no social security structures in this country where you can get access to healthcare, education, and the basic facilities of your life. And of course, the justice is really important. So women need a justice at the doorstep. How we achieve this is the interesting discussion of the day. And before that, I will definitely highlight the woman in UAE, which is really an inspiring woman. And UAE is a very advanced country, and they proved themselves in a very short time as the leaders in the region. So, women in UAE, every woman, of course, every nation starts with the leader's vision. So the vision of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed uh, is very clear about the women, that he thinks that the female leadership and empowerment at the core of any national success. So men and women are equal. They contribute. They should contribute. It's not about money, or it's not about a career. It's about a need that women should come out and deliver their services and value to the society, because they have their own capabilities. If you come across Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, she says every day in UAE is a day for the women, empowerment and support. And the UAE national women, which we call Emirati women, should be proud on their accomplishments and for being an essential partner in the country's development, and for becoming a rational and global leader, role model to be immaculated. So every day in UAE, it's not that there is one day for women and then all the year nothing, no activity. No, it's every day women is being focused. They are given being rights. I'll share quickly some statistics with you. UAE is ranked as a leading country in gender equality in the whole Arab region, according to the World Economic Forum 2020 Global Gender Gap Report. So this is really interesting. And gender equality is paramount importance in UAE, and women has a constitutional right. They can have access to education, healthcare. They can do their practice. They can inherit a property, which is a big issue in some other countries where women is not allowed to have a property inheritance, and women are also guaranteed the same employment, health opportunities, and family welfare. And in terms of literacy rate, the men and women both in UAE, they have 95% of the literacy, and 77% of Emirati women enroll in higher education, so they are studying more than a man, and this is really encouraging. And this cannot achieve without the government and parliament support. As you can see, the government is supporting, and people are welcoming, and women is really taking an interest. There's a perfect combination. 56% of UAE government university graduate in science, technology, and mathematics, which we call as STEM, is women, so exceeding 50%. So, and in this show, I'm going to introduce you a very prominent name in UAE as an engineer shortly. Literacy rate of women is 95.8%. And this literacy rate means that they are educated, and an educated mind is really productive for society, because a good educated woman is going to generate a health, and she take care of her health and the family health. And so these are all connected: education, lifestyle, health. These are all connected concepts. If you educate the mind, you will accomplish your objectives. So we have some very prominent women who, like four women UAE national are fighter pilots, which is an amazing concept. That woman is in the space, woman is in the air, and they are serving the country and serving to the society. This is an amazing concept. And of course, the two-thirds of the public sector jobs are for ladies, and how we divide it, 30% women are in leadership role. That's really amazing. It's an example that women can lead. 15% in technical and academic roles. There is a council in UAE, which is the Gender Balance Council, who always take care of these matters and try to reduce the gap between male and females. We have 9 women in UAE cabinet, which is really interesting because in other part of the world it's still not achievable. I'm talking about the developing countries, of course. 9 women serve in UAE cabinet, and they have something called Minister of State for Youth Affairs, which is youth is the future of the nation, and the youth minister is also 22 years old in 2016. So this is an amazing combination that a youth is leading the youth, and youth has been taken care because youth is your future. So that's a very forward thinking that we should keep in mind. So women are everywhere. They are in judiciary. They are in diplomacy. That 7 Emirati women are ambassadors and serving the country from the front. In 2016, the UAE opened a first regional office for United Nations Women in Abu Dhabi, which is again shows the commitment of UAE government and the leadership towards the women. So UAE has signed the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, which is uh, which is a very legendary and landmark signatures and in compliance. And UAE hosts regularly events, mega events where they invite the world leaders. And of course, there are some very important laws that every government has to look into is the child protection, elimination of all form of discrimination, working hours, equal remuneration convention, and convention of minimum age of work. These all are well understood and applied in UAE. And if you move forward, so UAE as an example, and Mohammed bin Zayed is has proven that his competence, his leadership is really, really an example for the world. For all developing worlds can take the model of UAE which they adopted, and it's really going to be a dynamic country where women is really feel a part and connected in the society. And I'm going to introduce you some UAE nationals in this program, so you will hear from your own ears that what are their feelings, how well connected, and how happy they look in terms of being a part of the UAE community. And of course, this is a global women conference, so we have women from America, Australia, Europe, UK, and Middle East region, Far East, China. So all the women of the world are under one roof right now, and they are going to discuss their feelings, their thoughts, and their visions, their ambitions, that how they see that what is the status of a woman and where we need to go, where we stand. It's a very forward looking thinking. So, with this, I will move formally to the first speaker of the day, which is a very dynamic female engineer, the first engineer in UAE. Uh, she made her country proud with her achievements, and she's serving the Abu Dhabi senior program manager in Abu Dhabi New Terminal, Ittihad Aviation Group. And she has a lot to say. I think it's better if I ask her to introduce herself and then share her thoughts about the women in UAE and several other things which is in her thoughts which she want to share with this global community of women. So like engineer Saud Sultan Al Shamsi.
Good evening, everyone, and good afternoon for most of the people in other country. And I wish you a happy weekend, or maybe for us it's the last day in the weekend, and we have to go to work tomorrow. Other country they have their first day in the weekend, so hopefully everyone is staying safe. And it's a very honor to be with such an amazing planner, an event, and a lot of amazing speaker. I just saw their name, and hopefully after this situation we can connect in real life, not via virtual and any system. As they introduced me, Dr. Engineer Suad Sultan Shamsi, the first UAE aircraft engineer, a specialist in landing gear system. I've been in aviation industry for 15 years, working as an aircraft engineer for 10 years. Now, 5 years, I'm working as a consultant, which is an aviation advisor for the third biggest airport in the world is Abu Dhabi International Airport. And hopefully the opening will be next year when it will be the announcing. We can announce the exact date. Maybe people will see that I'm so passionate about the aviation industry and aircraft. And when I started my career in 2001, exactly, people they were talking about the gender. It's not allowed for women to be in aviation industry, and especially as and a pure mechanical and dynamic environment, which is at all as a gender, it's only male. And I always reply and I answer why we always think that the gender should be a factor whether or not person can be a succeed or a leader. I always believe that each woman in all the world, not within only UAE, even within the world, from any background, forget about the nationality, forget about the religion, forget about any background she's coming from, a lot of reason that all of us we are connected and actually we born as a leader. And when I said a woman she's born and to be a leader because she has a big dream, she can wear different hat, a lot of other gender or another person cannot do it. So I think when I started my career, people said you cannot do it, it's not possible, you are not a male. And which is it, I keep asking what the huge difference between what I should do and the man do, what should I learn and what the man should learn. And I remember the first day I've been announcing to many organization, many people that I want to study aeronautical engineering. People keep saying that you are dreaming. And when it came to the word of a dreaming, I remember I said, it's my passion. It's not about just a dream. So I have to learn how to connect my brain, my heart with my body to reach to my passion. And the first thing I was doing, I educate myself because in previous time I never speak except one language, which is the Arabic language. And I know that this education is not allowed to be within our Arab country, which is it now in Middle East and a lot of country they are allowing women to study aeronautical engineering or enter to the aviation industry. But past day when it's 2001, we were only in the university. I was a graduated from Hertfordshire University with my bachelor degree, my master and my PhD. I did it with Coventry University in UK, and I noticed even in the UK there are very small percentage of lady actually in aviation industry, and a lot of them high percentage they enter to the aviation industry, but after they finish their education and they start their career, because of the environment is not built to accept them, a lot of them either resign, either they change their career, either they're fed up. So always I keep saying they have to be a support, educating our new generation that they have the opportunity in any industry. Not only we have to build in their mind that you are born to be a doctor, or born to be a journalist, or you born to be a wife, in a house, or a mother only. I do respect the mother. My mom, she's a mother. um, I am a mother of two boys. I think we can have the work-life balance because, as I said, we're born to be a leader. We can be a good leader within our career, with our passion, with our hobbies as well. We can be within our an industry or any. So it's just how we can educate and build the opportunity for our new generation to show them that they're a real great leader from a woman's side in many industry. And if she has a passion about it, she dreamed to be, we are there to help you. When I graduated, I been building my own company, separate from my actually general or main company where I'm working with. And I did this as a consulting company to help the new generation within the university, within a school, children with between 7 and 13 years, and as well any women are actually struggling within the industry itself. And we show them that we can connect together from the L2L consultation. Otherwise, they can come via Women in Aviation organization. And this organization, it's already in US, and we created our chapter in Middle East from more than 7 years. And we want to show to any lady that if she's struggling, that we are there to support you. So we offer scholarship, we offer consultation, we offer the opportunity to participate in any worldwide conference or workshop or anything. So the question came always, if the woman they born as a leader, why we don't give them the opportunity? Why we don't make a great listener to them? Why we don't always, we kept saying, if you want to enter to an industry, you have to work the double job that the man he do it. Why we don't always say you can do it, and connect and show the leader that you can be in the future leader? I think this is the good opportunity from our conference here today, and many conferences, to show the ability of the woman and her skill to balance. I am a mother of two boys. One is 6 years old and 2 years old. I am a writer. I have my own hobby of reading books, which is that I have a target every year to read between 180 to 200 book. I write my own books, which I have 5 novels. The fifth novel actually will be launched on 4th November in Sharjah Book Fair. And also, I have my own career, which is that I'm so happy when we show and support the ladies in all of her life and help her to balance it. I think she will be the greatest mother, the greatest employee, and she can be a good image for her country, for her family, and for herself, rather than we depress her and say you cannot do it, or we give her the negative vibes. I think it's the positive to show her that you can do it. Many years ago, when I started my career, a lot of people, they try to push me back. They try to have this a huge gap between me and my colleague. They have to a lot of negative vibes, which I connect my mind, my heart, and my body. And I always keep saying for three of them that, Suad, you can do it, you can succeed. This is your opportunity to show the society, to show the world that you can do it, you are different, and you can bring the image of UAE Emirati, of the Arab woman, and any woman in this world. You can show her that she can succeed if you succeed. So this is the main story of mine. In 15 years, I noticed that a lot of my followers, from a lot of girls, and my own student now, they graduate and they are entering to the industry as aircraft engineer. I'm so proud of them, and I'm hoping that in the future we find high percentage of women in aviation industry. Thank you for having me today here in this conference, and I hope that, and from here we can reach to our voice, that we have the opportunity to reach worldwide and have high percentage of ladies in aviation. Inshallah.
Oh, that's amazing. I think your speech and your thoughts and they are itself full of motivation and experience, because in certain countries women still don't able to break this stereotyping, which we call that if a woman wants to be an engineer, they say no, 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 this is a girl, put her in arts or
I,
maybe design.
I, Musa, we need to show the lady more. I keep saying for ladies, if you are can be a role model. It's not about to be the first or the second or the last. A lot of lady they've been a graduate and they have high degree. They have high percentage in high school, maybe GPI, and a lot of maybe they have a graduate with A plus in the university. But when they came in the career, they always think about their self. They don't want to support the new generation. I think this is the right time to change the mentality of the people to see, okay, I've been there in the industry. I can help a lot of ladies, a lot of students. This is the opportunity to use actually the social media to use this a bath and to show the lady that we are there to help. It's not about no, you cannot do it, because everyone, if I will go to a lady and say no, 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 it's so challenges, it's difficult, you will face a lot of challenges, yeah, what will happen, that she will leave her passion, she will change her dream. But maybe I can tell her, yeah, there are challenges, there are a lot of things you have to do it, but you can do it, you can be better than Suad. This is the different vibes. I think we need to give it to the ladies, and we can see that a lot of ladies there, but they need to be a role model. It's being a leader, it's a nice thing. I can put it in my CV or I can put it in my wall backside that I'm a leader. But to be the role model, this is the best thing woman can do it, to show that yeah, she born as a leader, but she can be a role model. This is the difference.
Oh, that's amazing. Actually, what I can see in yourself that even watching and listening you will give a lot of motivation, and
Thanks a
especially
lot.
when you are so supportive and your profile and your effort, your life story is really impressive. I just want to put a last question before we
Yeah.
close. Is you see that if you are married, as you said, you have two babies and two boys, and it's really hard to balance the work and the life. And sometimes uh, the husbands and in-laws, the social setups, to social stigma creates you, force you not to be in the work. It's kids are small now, focus on them, something like that. So what is your advice for such kind of ladies who are into that situation and they want to really contribute?
I always believe that the lady, when they are so honest with their husband, with their father, with their brother, to show them what passion about. Okay, when I start my career, first of all, my father, he passed away when I was 10 months. So I have my mother, I have two brothers, they are elders than me. So always the question came from my older brother, why you want to be an aircraft engineer, what you will do. The college here is not available now. Yeah, in UAE we have in the Middle East, but the previous it was not. If you will travel, you will be by your own. I think he give me the challenges before I face it, but I show him that this passion, it's my dream and my career. This is what you need to show and be honest. And you know, you need to show it even to your husband. When I got married and it came, it showed me how to balance my life. I have to give, to do a schedule. Maybe previously when I do a schedule, I do it for my own. When I get married, I have to do it with including my husband. When I have a children, I have to give them time. So what I do, I have a timetable, which is at weekly, daily, and monthly and yearly, which is at balancing where does it even for the time for myself, because a lot of lady when they are having a career, they're having a family, they forget about their self. They, if you will ask her, she will always say, I don't have my time to go to drink coffee with my friend, I don't have time to watch a TV, I don't have time to read book because I have blah blah blah. A lot of things, a lot of lady actually, they been deleting their hobbies, they deleting their social life because they cannot balance. So I think when you have this timetable, a daily timetable. That's what you have to do. Even for me, when I do it as a daily, Musa, what I do, even to remember, I have to call my mother, or I have to call to remember how the food to put it. I have this day to eat with my children because I'm night shift. So I think this is, it's okay. People will say it's very complicated, but very systematic, that will can help you to balance your life, and you will enjoy it as much. You succeed when your passion, with the support with your family, you will give more for them. So this is what I always to think, that don't give too much for your career, which you forget your family and yourself, and don't give to a lot to yourself and your family, which you forget your career. I think this is the balance we all women should have it. And I always say the women, they can wear a different hat. They are capable to do it, and they have the skill, but they have to train and trial how to do it.
Amazing. I think you are a perfect manager and you manages the personal and career
Thanks God.
all
Thanks.
as per the schedule. That sound really amazing. And because you are here, I just want you are a leader, you are it's yourself a iconic, achieved person. So what is your advice to those countries, policymakers who don't focus on their women education and healthcare? So, what is your advice to them?
I think the voice, always I keep saying, Musa, it's just to help through. I think previously, I always say, when it came to previous, no decision making, because we don't have a social media, we don't have an a program, and people, they never talk what they want, what they don't. Now in 2020, the life is different. People can reach their voice. There are Twitter, there are Facebook, there are Instagram, there are LinkedIn, there are a lot of things. I think should to compare. Okay, for example, one of the country I don't want to mention, when lady, she worked with me in the aviation consulting in the airport. She told me, I want to learn how to build a special conference in our country for a woman in a leadership. We never had it. So we help her with a timetable. We have her how to create this conference, and to start to do it small, because we have actually many conference 5 years for women in aviation. And I give her the tips how to do it. We help her. And she launched it at actually in December 2019, the first conference highlighting the women in aviation. So I think if it's about the healthcare, about women, about women empowerment, about anything, the voice of the people, they can reach to the government. Create a website which is not against the government. No, to give them a suggestion how they can improve. I think, as to give them an example, United Arab Emirates, especially Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and a lot of seven Emirates, it's a good example for many countries worldwide. Take a country as example. Take a role model as a woman as example. Take the example to change for and reach to the decision maker and leader in your country, to show them that we want to be better. I always say, to be better than them rather being similar to them. This is the difference by how positive you are in your life.
That's amazing. I think if we get one more Mohammed bin Zayed in these developing countries, he can transform these countries very easily. So it's all about the human capital and leadership and dedication towards your citizen. And I think developing countries leaders need to look into all your advices are precious and full of experience and expertise. So with this, I want to thank you for joining
Thanks
us.
a
I
lot.
know you are really busy and
Thanks.
you take out this time to share with the women, and I'm sure they got a lot of value.
Thanks a lot. Thank you everyone for listening me, and I hope we can share our experience more and meet in a personal, all of us. Thanks a lot.
That's great. So, with this, we will move to our next section. This is a very interesting panel that we have. We are going to discuss in continuation of our discussion that how we can achieve free education and free healthcare in developing countries. Now, developing countries, when I say, we feel that developing countries are those who thinks they don't have better resources, they don't have better coordination, better legislation, better administration, smart governance. This is what they have to adopt, and of course, this all will come through smart innovation and all that. But the focus is on women. So let's see who has joined us so far in this panel. Oh, I can say that Amna has already joined. So whoever has joined, let's start with Amna. Amna, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure to be invited to be a part of this global conference. We are proud of you, Saad, firstly, and other inspiring women in the UAE. My name is Aamna Alshehhi. I have over 9 years of experience working in UAE governments. I assumed the role of managing immortization and talent management department in September 2018. Under my leadership, I built a relationship to support immortization effort, empowering and qualifying talent job seekers in the advance of future skills of the United Arab Emirates, which prepares them for the future job and future labor market. I also seek to form a partnership with all sectors, either public or private sectors, to provide employment opportunity. Also, I have also significant professional experience in education sectors as I worked for 5 years, starting from to be IT teachers for 4 years. After that, I moved as a head of teacher and school leaders training program in Ministry of Education in UAE before I moved to my current position as Immortization and Talent Department Manager. I hold a higher diploma in business and information technology, in addition to the bachelor degree in information management from Higher College of Technology in Ras Al Khaimah. Also, I hold a master degree in education leadership from American University in Ras Al Khaimah. In addition, I also I have been selected among 400 leaders across the UAE to join UAE Government Leadership Program, Executive Leadership from UAE Prime Minister Office, and I graduated in 2019.
Oh, that's great. It's a lovely introduction. And today we invited you to discuss a lot of things, but let me introduce everyone to each other so we can
Yes.
know our expertise. So, our next panelist is Sofie. Sofie, can you please introduce yourself?
Everyone who is watching and participating in this amazing conference. It is, first of all, a great pleasure to be here, and I really, really appreciate the invitation. I appreciate people in this panel. I was really excited already to see with which kind of women and caliber I have the chance to open the first panel. So thank you, ladies. But obviously, thank you, Musa, for the invitation. My name is Sofie Juliet Ziethen. I am the CEO and founder of Servicexcellence Business Consulting and Development, originally a training and development consultancy that was established in the United Arab Emirates 6 years ago, where I had the pleasure to live and where I had the pleasure to say, grow up as a leader in education. My origin is from Austria, and I'm actually joining you from Austria right now. And my educational background is a bachelor in hospitality as well as international management in the University of Surrey in the UK. I had the pleasure, and I'm focusing on saying I had the pleasure of having the possibility to be educated, which I believe is a great privilege and still, is, and what I'm still nurturing from. And I had the pleasure to be educated in different countries throughout the last 10 years. I am actually participating in my MBA program in quality and risk management now, because I feel that in order for me, as one of the top 100 global leaders by GFEL, it is my responsibility to actually pass on what I learn. Later on, I will be sharing a couple of insights about my personal views and my experiences that I had with my team, but also on my own in terms of sharing, empowering, motivating women in developing countries within the UAE and in Europe. And I'll be more than happy to share one or the other inspiring, and I hope inspiring, idea and story. But within the last 10 years, I had the pleasure of developing more than 10,000 people. And I'm very, very proud to say that more than 60% were women. And I hope that all these women are participating today and watch. And the first thing I want to share is that in order to show credibility and to improve your competence, you need to start with confidence. And to any woman, but also to any man that is watching today, and I hope there will be a lot of them as well, I ask you to do one thing throughout the conference. Just put your shoulders back and sit up straight. And that's the first thing and advice I want to give everyone to actually work on empowerment and confidence as a leader. And I'll share more later.
Oh, that's great. Actually, I was having a neck pain, so I was doing since morning, so maybe I have a lot of leadership inherited. Thank you very much. And let's move to the Farah. Farah, can you please introduce yourself?
Wow, I'm so excited and already motivated being here with you, beautiful ladies. I welcome everyone, and I want to say, first of all, to organizers, thanks a lot for creating such a great and really important conference, Global Women Conference 2020. Let me introduce myself. I'm Azerbaijani American, currently living in Baku, Azerbaijan. I graduated from Azerbaijan State University of Foreign Languages, where I pursued my bachelor's and master's degree. In 2006, I moved to United States, Texas, where I continue my education and professional growth. I pursued my MBA degree from Texas A&M University, and I'm negotiation mastery and conflict transformation and resolution certified from such universities as Harvard Business School and Emory University. As a professional procurement with global experience, I'm also Chairman of Investment of Azerbaijan Women Entrepreneurs Association, created in 2017 with the support of our Vice President, Mehriban Aliyeva, and where I motivate, inspire, and support women. I think educated women very important in our society because it has a huge impact and benefit for the future of our children. Because educated woman, it means educated family, and kids are our future generation. It's very important to show them a great example of educated woman, of hardworking mom, it's very important to support women, motivate her. I know, and on my own experience, I know many women, they struggling, continue their education, they struggling, face new challenges, develop new skills. But I think it's very important to develop societies, communities within country which support women, which motivate them.
Farah. So for time being, let me introduce you the other panelists, and then we will start our discussion shortly. So let me move to Dr. Professor Amna. She's joining us from Islamabad. And can you please briefly introduce yourself so we can start the formal panel discussion? I think your mic is weak.
Okay, good evening. I hope it is evening in UAE as well.
Oh, that's great. So your voice is
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, it's little bit not audible, but can you please speak so we can understand? Professor Doctor, are you able to hear me?
Good evening. I am Dr. Amna Mahmood from Islamabad, Pakistan.
That's great. So could you please introduce yourself as a brief? I know your introduction is quite long, but if you can
My voice is
squeeze
not
it for the
audible.
audience. That's fine. It's fine. I think it's a bit delayed, but we can hear you.
Okay, I am Dr. Amna Mahmood. I am PhD in political science, and I am teaching for the last 30 years as educationist in higher education, Pakistan. I started my career.
Oh, I think the line is dropped. So meanwhile she connect, we can continue again. So Amna, can you please share your thoughts about women and your success story, your experiences towards working as a career woman in a professional world?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Musa. Actually, as you start and introduce the UAE context, the education for Emirati is free in public schools, colleges, and university. And for me, I study in these public schools and I graduated from the public colleges and university. Also, for the master degree, I had been sponsored from our government to continue my higher education. The UAE government focus on elimination of gender in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training, including women and persons with also persons with disabilities. As you know, Article 17 of the UAE Constitution and Article 1 of Federal Law number 11 of 1972 concerning compulsory education provide that education is compulsory at primary stage and free of charge for all for citizens in the UAE. From my experience also, I finished my master degree as sponsored from the UAE government, uh, and I have opportunity to work directly in the university I graduate firstly, and then I become as a teacher at schools. After that, I become in the leadership positions in the age of you can say 29. 29 years old, and I become a leader of in the Ministry of Education. Um, Also, I want to share with you that the UAE, as you said, it's ranked as a leading country in the gender equality in the region according to the World Economic Forum 2020 Global Gender Gap. This means that UAE's focus in education and also what it's important to say that the woman participation it's strongly in the public sectors participation especially in the public sectors, and they hold the roles 30% in leadership roles and 15 in technical and academic roles. Also, from my point of view, that I have gained an opportunity to be a leader and being educated and give a lot of opportunity to discover all over world's experience and best practices. I have my governments gave me the opportunity to travel to Holland, to Germany, Singapore, to many countries to support us to watch and discover other best practices and how to apply these practices also in the United Arab Emirates in education sectors.
Oh, that's great. That's amazing. And myself has witnessed that I have trained more than 600 UAE nationals, local girls and women, and they are working in ADNOC, Mubadala, and all the government, semi-government entities. And UAE government is paying for them, their employers are paying for them, and they are really passionate about study and a work balance, and they want to really, and you are one of them as an example. So let's talk to Sofie. Sofie, what are your thoughts of the day today?
Thank you for the inspiring stories, Amna, and I can only fully agree, because I said I had the pleasure of working and living in the UAE for the last 8 years, and the story the two stories that I believe have the chance to be heard today and anticipated from women and men who are watching us all over the world actually happened in the UAE. First of all, when I resigned from what I called my old job and started my own business, I was 25 years. I had met my husband already, who was a great support, and I want to thank him through this conference today. But also, I was one of the youngest entrepreneurs in the UAE, especially in a very challenging atmosphere as in Dubai. And being an aspiring back then leader in education, I had to first show and prove myself, especially to women and men who were sitting in my trainings. And the first story I want to tell you is that one of the first trainings that I had the pleasure of giving, and I'm not mentioning any names or countries or backgrounds here and any companies, I had difficulties approaching or getting through and changing the mindset of one of the male participants in the trainings. And after the first break, I just approached him because I had no choice. I had to make sure that the training would, work and everybody would benefit, they're male or female. And I approached him and I asked him, is there anything that I have maybe said wrong or offended you? Or is there anything that you're struggling with in terms of language? Am I too fast, too slow? How can I make this better for you and more the experience richer? And he said, well, you're a woman and you're very young. And I smiled at him and I said, well, I want to thank you for these two compliments. Is there anything else? And he said, no, but you're very young. And I said, yeah, see, there are two things that you have mentioned, and I take them as a compliment. I'm not going to age in the next couple of hours, and I'm not going to change who I am in the next couple of hours. If there is nothing else that maybe is in the way of us communicating on a different level, can we move on? And he smiled and he understood what happened. And he said, yeah, actually, we can move on. It's fine. And it took a lot of courage. And I'm telling you, back then, my heart was bumping because it was the first, hour of a 3 days workshop. But it was exciting to see that with confidence, and I'm very, very strongly focusing on not arrogance, but confidence in who you are and what you want to do with passion, as we heard, that you should just say it in a very genuine and in a very humble way. The question today is about free education and healthcare for women, and especially in developing countries. And I'm going to make it very short and brief here, but the second story I think needs to be heard is one of the incidences that I had shared with my team, also back in the UAE, which I'm very grateful for on a personal level. Maybe some of you know, and the UAE is only one of the examples that I can share today, is that there are stations or centers for women who seek refugee for various reasons, because they maybe had to go away from home, because maybe there was no support system from home, maybe it was because of violence acts, or simple because they had no one to support, they had no support system. And when I discovered that these centers would also be in the UAE, I approached them and I said, I am a global leader in terms of education. I run my own company in terms of training, but it is my role to share my knowledge as much as I can for those who don't have access. And that's also my message later on in terms of what is our role to actually change the system or talk to political parties and change the mindset on a different level. So we had the pleasure, my team and I, to actually visit one of these institutions, and for confidentiality reasons, I'm not going to share which one it is, where women were seeking support because of no support system, but also because they have been mistreated and abused in the past. And we had the pleasure of going in and taking a couple of these women who were receptive already for support and for a support system to actually give them a little bit of happiness, empowerment, motivation by turning on music and, making them do things, little changes in terms of their posture, in terms of their, gestures, in terms of how would they speak. And the training was not very long. It was a couple of hours, 1 or 2 hours. And you would see in the first couple of minutes, ladies who were there were not sure whether they deserved to be in this training. And this was such a wake-up call for me, because we didn't ask them for money. We didn't ask them to prepare anything. They were simply there, and they were so overwhelmed with the possibility given to them. And it took us about 30% of the time to make them understand that it's okay. It's okay to sit there. It's okay to participate because you deserve it. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, political changes should happen. Yes, we all need to gear up in terms of regimes and systems. But on the second dimension, apart from us as leaders in the third dimension, we need to change the mindset of those who should receive training and who should receive healthcare and education. What we have witnessed with my team, and I know a couple of them are watching today, and maybe you remember, I get goosebumps myself if I remember that day, was that within an hour of just making sure that women were safe environment, they would be able to receive education, that not only their skill set has changed a little bit or changed back then, but their entire mindset changed. And within 2 hours, you had 300 ladies who were not shy anymore, or not sure of where they were. You had 300 ladies who shouted, who were motivated, who were happy and excited. And I think it is our role, the people who are in this panel, but also in the conference, who you invited, Musa, that we say we make a conscious choice to participate and actively offer these kind of things on a free basis, and especially
That's amazing. So, your talks are really insightful, and of course, we will continue. Let's move to Professor Dr. Amna. I think I can see she has joined again. So, Professor, can you hear me still, or there's an issue? I think the quality of internet in Pakistan is extremely disastrous. Okay, let's move to Farah. Meanwhile, she fixed the internet. Farah, you are doing an amazing job. You are running a non-profit organization and you are helping the kids. Can you explain your project more so the women across the globe can get a feeling? She's an American national, but originally from Azerbaijan. She left America. She chose to live in her country, which is very rare people do. And this is really admirable. And I can see that you are in a war zone also. I heard in the newspaper there is a war going on, and you are in this country, shows your loyalty. And I want you to please highlight your project that you are doing so people across the globe can hear your thoughts.
Thanks a lot, Musa, for mentioning situation in my country. So I know that today people from different parts of country watching us today, and I would like to mention that today my country liberating occupied territories, and we experiencing not a good times. I don't want to mention here since it's not a political platform, but I recall all women who want to support. Currently, women of Azerbaijan who locate in war zone to contact with me. Turning back, Musa, to your question about like my projects. And I would like to mention, first of all, how I decided what made me change my lifestyle. So the first, I listened now, Sofie, and every story of every woman, like so similar. So we women all similar to each other. So, and we have all fears similar. Some women afraid of facing challenges. Some woman afraid to have lack of support or understanding from a side of her husband, relatives, or friends, or even parents. So, and afraid to start to do something new. I recall all women, first of all, never ever afraid to do something, even if you fail, because every failure is a great success to learn. I'll give you an example. When I moved to United States in 2006, I was invited to Thanksgiving charity project. I afraid because I afraid to join the project to support, because first I didn't know the community. I was young, I was new, and that night changed my life because I made so many friends. And I gained so many important skills which helped me today. From that day, social work, charity projects turned to my lifestyle. So as a woman, myself, including myself, we all have fears. I recall every woman not to afraid start to do something, just to find the proper approach. The proper approach is that ask yourself, what is your goal? What you want to do, how you want to do, analyze, define, and then find a solution. I think that it's very important to develop women communities which will help woman to find her way, because sometimes traditional understanding of work style may not suit woman, because woman or personality, because we're all different. So I would definitely pay attention to improving communities, clubs in different areas to support women.
Oh, that's great.
Everyone
That's
disappeared.
yeah, we are here. We are here. Just please continue. Please continue.
So my advice to all women, not to afraid to take risks, because every risk turned as a new challenge. Every risk is a great skills and great experience. I came to my mind now one more very interesting example. In 2018, I invited to one of universities to lecture the group of students. Honestly with you, I scared to death because I never ever lectured anyone. But I decided to go. I thought, well, I will lecture, I will share what I know. To my surprise, I'm keep inviting to that auditory, and I built a very good relations with students. I mentor them, I guide them, I support them, especially girls. So it's great to start something new and learn. If we fail, it's normal. It's also challenging to fail and to learn from our experience.
Superb. Your experience is really practical, and you are right. I think all the ladies out there listening to you must have a great value out of your experience. So let's move towards our first question of the day. The question that is, why is it important to educate women and provide health care? Now, this question is mainly related to developing countries. There are countries like UK, USA, and they have already achieved a system through which you can send your kids to a to a public school, and public school has a monitoring regulators. They have categories: good, bad, and outstanding. So the people living in these countries, they are privileged. They have access to a social security system, but unfortunately, thousands of years has passed, but we are not looking these things in the developing countries. They talk too much, they speak every day something, but nothing practical comes. Like if you go in these countries, you will not get, you get private, you don't get public schools. When you go to the public schools, these public schools either does not operate, or if they operate, so they operate in a very, very unprofessional and sub quality standard way, so this effort for this panel is that we want to create an awareness through you, that why is it important to educate a women and provide health care. So I'll start with Amna. Amna, please give your thoughts. So then I will take the same questions from everyone.
Thank you so much. As you said, education is important. School is the place where children first learn to exercise their agency and make their voice heard. Without access to education, girls are denied the opportunity to learn the skills that enable them to take charge, not only in their own homes, careers, and lives, but also in their community and their country. They can more effectively teach their own children, which will help lift an entire generation. When we educate girls, we give them the chance to step up and realize their full first leadership potential. From my point of view, if let me say, if I become a minister, I would work with the local and international education ministries to ensure that teachers have the tools they need to improve their classes in environments in these developing countries, by cooperating also with other expert organizations in the same field. Doing this, we are able to reach more broadly to help implement successful education initiatives in these countries. This is from my point of view, the importance of working with the local and international education ministries to ensure that we offer the best education in developing countries.
Oh, that's a very good idea, that we should engage the regulators and governments and try to push them to do
Yes.
all this. That's an amazing. So let's have our thoughts from Sofie. Sofie, what are your thoughts on the same thing? Your voice is not coming. Can you see if it is mute?
Greatest apologies. Can you hear
Yeah,
me
sure.
now?
Please go ahead.
Sorry about that. So yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for sharing your insights already, and I can just tap on what you have said. Honestly speaking, when the question came up, and I knew the question is going to be, asked in this panel, but I still can't believe that in the 21st century we have to ask this question. This goes beyond or against everything I believe and I stand for. Education and healthcare must be available to women and men. This is basic human rights. And I really, really believe that it's our role, and I might repeat myself on here, to do anything possible to be a role model in that. My belief is that it should be a three-dimensional approach, very simple. Governments must be included. They must be engaged in the process, as you have already mentioned. Leaders in education have to be leading by example and walk the talk, so to say. And also the third mindset should be, and that's what I shared with my example initially, to talk to women and to change their mindset, to be receptive for healthcare, education, and seeing the empowerment that they can get out of it. Why is it important? Because it's minimum 50% of the world population that we need to support. And I'm also a mother of now a 16-month-old boy, and I can tell you that it is my role to make sure that he is educated to be able and to support women in education and healthcare later on as a role model as well. So I believe this is my point of view to that, and I'm keeping it short and simple.
Oh, that's good. See, I just want to say that you started that in 2020, such kind of situation, because being you are European, you never exposed to such information, right? But I can tell you, like, because I was born in Pakistan, that's a developing country, it's a good country. We have nice cities, but issues are still there. Like, for example, when you go to a government, I mean, what people do is they are tired of the governments. What they said that let's not go to the public school, let's go to a private school. Like all my nieces, my nephews, they go to a private school. Now, what it implement is that only 10 to 15% can afford private schools, and 85% people are out of education just because they don't have funding, they don't have money. Secondly, when you go to a public school, you will be I mean, you can't imagine the facility, health, safety, environment standard. It does not exist actually. The teachers are having a stick and they are beating the kids, and they are asking them to pay extra money for the tuitions. They are asking them to come their home. If you don't go there, they will keep beating you, and there's no one is to look around. So these are all issues, not only in my country, they are all over here. So that's why we put it as a developing country. That look, developing country, guys, change your mind. I mean, being a European, you feel what Musa is talking. It is maybe in 17 or 1600 you are talking, but actually the fact is there are million of women, kids, like baby girls. They don't have access to health care. They don't have access to education at all. And every day past, no one look into. And okay, there are some great ladies like you, like Amna, like other that we have. They are worried about developing countries. They want to visit them. They want to raise charity for them. But that's just a micro level effect. We have to talk about the macro policies, as Amna said, that we need to engage the governments and the local support and local governments. And unfortunately, when you try to engage the people, because this industry has no money. If you make a bridge, you have a kickback. If you make a hospital, you have a kickback. But when you spend on education, it's actually spending. There's no kickback related to it. So they are not interested. And maybe they feel that if they will study, they will become equal and they will break this feudal systems and tribal systems, and women will come out and they will say, look, we are not sheep, we are human beings. Treat us, give us medical health care, respect, right to marry, right to divorce. These are the big issues in. So assuming that if you become the head of the state, prime minister, being your European mentality, which is quite humanistic and woman supportive, what you would like to do? Like if I give you 90 days, you are a prime minister for 90 days, president, and after 90 days, you want to tag yourself for a Nobel Award that you become a prime minister and you did few steps that really transform the women of the developing country. So what are those steps?
You're still asking me that, Musa?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Thank you for that. My steps would be education, and I'm not talking about the formal education. I would educate anyone who is in my cabinet of the importance of what we're going to talk about. You have mentioned Europe in comparison to Pakistan, and I'm not going there. I have been to Pakistan many times, but I'm not going there in terms of comparison. For us in Europe, it's not the women part that is questionable. It's the entire education part that is questionable, but that's not today's conference. Now, when I talk about being a prime minister, it would be a great honor for me because I would have a platform where I could share the experience and I could share the importance. You had mentioned construction of a bridge and you get an ROI, return on investment. I'm telling you, if you as a country invest in free education and healthcare, the ROI that you can achieve is not even measurable, because women who have a voice, women who have education, women who have confidence, competence, and credibility, they will become your working force. They will generate business opportunities, and business opportunities, if you understand what I mean, they will then be like an incubator, and continuously growing the entire society like a domino effect. And if I, as a prime minister, would have the chance to voice that out, it would be the greatest day ever. I think I'm going back to my three-dimensional approach. This is what I think. It's a big change, and we don't want to talk about change management and all the implications here. I think it should be something that is measurable, something that is manageable, controllable. But conferences like today are a rolling step of giving us the opportunity to actually talk about it. And I think that's 50% of the game already won.
That's great. So let's move to Farah and take the same thoughts. If you become the president, prime minister, head of the state, what steps you are going to take to make sure that a girl has an access to free health and free education?
Thanks a lot, Musa, for your question. Very sensitive subject, honestly, and I think Sofie mentioned very important aspects. Thanks a lot, Sofie. And first of all, if I become a prime minister, I would raise questions. We don't divide women on men. This is a human right. Men and women, they have to be equal. This is my approach. Second, less educated women, they less independent. So they have to be independent for their kids in their actions. Less educated woman, she is not independable, and she is always dependable financially from her relatives or husband. And for me, importance of education to minimize the hugest problem, early child marriage. Because of poor education in many developing countries with poor access to education, early child marriage increased. And because of that, number of divorces increase, or death, or unhealthy kids, like this all affect. So I would definitely improve education. In Azerbaijan, we have very well established education and healthcare. I would definitely create foundations to support talented women, so those talented women can inspire in the future the next generation. So I think access to healthcare and education very important, because as I mentioned, in my mind, educated woman, it means educated future generation, educated kids, because we as a mothers, we show example to our kids. And I cannot imagine how can a woman don't have access to education, so she become independable from someone financially. If she has a kid, she has to be independent. She has to be independent for herself. She has to be educated and independent for her kids' future to guarantee. So I would definitely raise this question. And if, as a prime minister, I would definitely create a huge circle to remove these problems and increase in independency for women in developing countries, and avoid and minimize early marriage. That's my point. And for the less, I don't want to go in the very deep, because I'm sure it's a very interesting subject, and one platform is not enough for us today. But still, thanks a lot for question.
That's great. So I think what I can conclude your discussion in a way that this early marriages and will create a triple down effect, that um, and educating a woman is educating a nation. So if you educate a
Exactly.
woman, she will be better in healthcare. She will take care when she get married and have kids. She also going to have a multiplier effect. She will try to educate their kids and the education level. So means that
Definitely.
focus should be on women. So we all are agreed that because men is somehow focusing on themselves, like the issue is when we say men and women, we don't differentiate. Issue is that the men is taking full rights, but the woman is suppressed because I'm talking about developing countries where she has no right to marry by herself. She has no right. There are some areas where a woman cannot go outside the home. I mean, she has to be in the home. Maybe when she born, she came in the home, and when she will die, she will go to the home. They don't even send to the hospitals, even they don't have hospitals in that area as well. So such kind of intense scenario. Maybe we live in a better scenarios. I like we are in UAE, UK, and European countries. We are blessed people. We have access. This is by default come to us. But such developing countries where there is a 80% people living in a very unhealthy and below the quality standards they're living. So you are right that, and if I think a woman will become the prime minister, that will be very good. And if you see the New Zealand as an example, this lady is doing a very dynamic job. And if you see that if you go tomorrow, any one of you become prime minister, you go to the parliament and you pass a resolution, a legislation that from today, the education and health care in the developing that country is free, right? And then there is a strategy. If there is a law, there is a strategy and there is an execution. And it's not a rocket science to hire some foreign consultant and give you a model to implement. So what it requires actually is willingness. What I see is the lacking between these, why people are developed. Like, for example, I born in Pakistan, but I studied from King's College London, which is the top 5 business schools in the world. It's more expensive as well. But by my own, no one fund me for this. So if you have willingness, you can go to the moon, right? So that's what is the
I would
important.
like
So
I would like to mention, Musa. Sorry for interrupting you. In my mind, creating communities like women clubs, it means psychological preparation for changes. Because even if you have in developing countries well established education and established rights for the woman, it doesn't mean every Muslim woman, if we talk about Muslim countries now today, not every Muslim woman ready with her traditional perception and culture she raised in go and study. So I think that these communities has a very huge and positive impact on their minds. So she can see example, like you said now, like your relatives, they graduated from King's College. So this is inspirational. Maybe not every Pakistani woman have motivation go and graduate from UK, Austria, Germany, or United States. So showing an example is great. So I think building communities where women can interact with each other, make a new friends, exactly in those communities, there is a change of mindset happening. So, and they ready and open to change, for changes, to improve skills, like to change the environment they live in. Because I saw real examples of women, many women, they have access to education, but they don't do it. They still have mind that why should I go and study and work, because I have relative, I have father, I have a husband or brother. So we have to, I think that it's very important to ruin this perception and understanding by developing these communities which influence and have a huge impact on mindset. That's the priority as well. So as a prime minister, I would definitely focus on these communities.
That's amazing. So we are almost in the end of our discussion. So let's take the closing remarks from everyone, starting from
Thank you.
Amina.
Yes, thank you so much for this great opportunity actually to have multiple speakers from different nationalities and different experience. I want to close saying that we should work together to guarantee equal rights for both men and women. Also, same access to education, the right of practice professions, and the right of inherent properties. Women are also, we should guarantee them the same access to employment, health, and family welfare facilities. Thank you
Thank you
so
very much
much,
for joining us,
everybody.
and I'm looking forward to have you more in these discussions in the future. Yes, Sophie.
I would also like to thank you again for the invitation of the conference. Ladies, I would like to thank you for your inspiring words and also for your valuable insights from all over the world. I believe that, and these are my closing remarks, that if you want to have an impact, a long-lasting, sustainable impact on changing education and healthcare and the access to these two, that you need to have and manage change management from all sides: psychological, mindset change from those who should receive, from the supporting system of those who should receive. And I'm not talking about religion, I'm just talking about family systems here and environmental systems, and then the political system. I think that it's our role as leaders in education to walk the talk and to make sure everything possible in our power, and I'm talking about these 4 people who are in this panel right now as the first panel of today, to at least provide 30 to 40 days of free training and healthcare support as a role model in this conference and on this topic today. And that's my challenge.
That's a lovely suggestion, Sophie. Sophie, just for your information, that any woman anywhere in the world, if she want to study, we have the Gulf leading training company called Berkeley Middle East Training. This is free for women. So anyone can come to us if they really are in need. We say that we are here to educate you. Of course, we are not a school, so we can't do a basic primary education, but we do the professional qualifications, which top up after your basic education. So anyone you feel they need education and their resources are not allowing them, you can definitely refer them to Berkeley Middle East. And this is what we can do in our personal capacity. And last maybe 15 years, I can proudly say that we funded more than thousands students for study. And when I meet them on and off, I started a scholarship in the name of my dad. So it's really get hit it in the market, and people know that. And once they qualify and they get educated, they definitely come to me. They send a message on LinkedIn. They are really happy and excited, and that's the real player that you get out of your efforts. So wherever we are, whatever we do, we should always give maybe 1 hour in a week to this thought that those people who don't have resources. Maybe, for example, when I go to Burj Khalifa, for example, my bill is say coming, say I'm just giving an example, 1,000 dirhams. So I keep a margin that I should not eat much, and I keep this money for a poor person to give you. So that's a small contribution, but of course, these small contributions by million of people can really add value. And my also humble request to everyone is do advocate for a woman free education and free health in developing country. Of course, developed countries already got it. UAE already got it, and these are the you can say role models that can be copy pasted in the different countries. But we just need to focus, and I'm sure that with your little focus, the life of the women in these countries is going to change drastically, and that's the milestone that we need to hope. So let's have our closing remarks from Farah also, and then we will follow.
Something going on with my internet. I hardly heard you. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot for sharing your ideas, for sharing your values. It's very important. I want to thank everyone. I want to invite all beautiful women to Azerbaijan Women Association. Please join us, visit Azerbaijan, and please join us, visit Azerbaijan. And I'm open to help any woman by coaching, mentoring, and spending my time to motivate, share my experience and support. Whenever you need me, I'm here for you.
That's
Take
great. That's a
care,
lovely
stay
message.
safe and healthy. Thank you.
That's a lovely message, and
Thank you.
we are missing Professor Dr. Amna, also from Islamabad. She was actually a success story. She studied in United States, and she's serving the and educating the people in Pakistan. So we missed her, but we will take her in any other show when the internet quality is fine. And I want to thank you all of you to take out your valuable time and giving your valued thoughts to the rest of the world. And we will continue this in the future. So let's move to the next session of this event. And I'm going to introduce you with the next speaker. Yeah, so our next speaker is Nigat Akbar Shah. She's a very successful businesswoman. Why we pick her? Because she is a success story. She was born in a very remote and unprivileged area in Pakistan, where there's no education, where there's no health care, and she, by her own, um, did all efforts. She moved to United States and developed herself as a successful businesswoman. And top of this, that she didn't surrender, and she didn't forget her country. So once she gets stable and come in a very good situation, she come back, focus on her area she want to develop. She has passion for women development in her area. So Nigat, are you there?
Yes, Dr. Musa, I'm here.
Thank you very much for your time, and I already introduced you a bit. My introduction is very small. I want you to introduce yourself, and then we will take up the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Musa. Thank you. Thank you for your generous introduction. And I'm so happy to be here with you and everyone today. My name is Nigat Shah. I'm the head of finance for Shah Holdings Group, the commercial real estate development and convenience stores company. I co-founded with my husband, Ruziman. I'm also an entrepreneur and investor. 2 decades ago, we scraped together just enough money to buy a single gas station, which we worked in alone. Today, I'm so proud to say that we have an impressive portfolio of many properties and companies. My intention here today is to share my personal journey toward achieving financial independence. I strongly believe every woman has a responsibility to find it within herself to achieve some level of financial independence. Does it have to be millions of dollars? No. It can be a small scale production of her own creation that produces additional income for her family, no matter how big or small. Oftentimes, though, the real value isn't in the dollar amount she brings in. It's in the self-worth she gains from monetizing her unique contribution to the world. Realizing her passion sets her up for finding financial freedom. I'm so inspired by all the women who the panel discussion before mine, and It's amazing. So I'm asking you women and participants here today, what passion do you want to be remembered for? Do you have it in you to face any possible risk to follow your dreams? If so, I really assure you that your dedication will be contagious. Your community and the world at large will conspire to help you realize your dream. Let's back up for a moment. I'm going to share a moment of truth with you. I've always been a career-oriented woman. My children were used to seeing me involved in business and my education, in their education, even when I was a stay-at-home mother for 80 years. When my daughter and my son were little, I stayed at home. So during my graduate school, I was involved in my education, in my kids' education, and also I was handling my family. Um, I have a very supportive family, and my husband is very supportive. But after I received my master's degree, I stayed at home for 1 year. It was during that time my son came up to me with a concern that he was worried. He said to me, "Mom, I am worried for you. You're wasting your intellect and talent. You used to be involved in business and you used to work and you used to be so happy and cool. Now you are only focused on our day-to-day activities, what we ate, what's our homework, how much grade did we get. You are micromanaging our lives." They were kind of his not exact words, but this is the gist of the idea. I mean, all the mothers can understand. So at that time, I was being a helicopter mom. A typical day for me was dropping them off at school and doing a few fitness classes or a few errands for the household, coordinating their after school activities, and finally picking them up. And then when I would brought them home, I would be on top of like their schedule, their work, be in their life constantly. So in effect, I was not embracing my personal power, nor realizing that my family was supportive of my desires for growth and independence. Some people know this to be the good girl syndrome, where a woman hides behind her smile when inside she's not very happy with the direction her life was going or is going after marriage and raising kids. Generation after generation, we grow up believing that our primary purpose in life is to help our children and husbands achieve their dreams and fulfill their potentials. In the process, women let their dreams and ambitions fade into the background. As noble as this may sound on the surface, I believe it's actually a breach of morality. We are not put on this earth to live vicariously. It's not just married women or mothers who are adversely affected by the good girl syndrome. According to a study by the Harvard Business Review, only 7% of female MBA graduates even attempted to negotiate their salaries with their new employers. When it came to men, 57% negotiated. This troubles me because women empowerment is so deeply interwoven with financial empowerment. When women give up money, they give up power. So, where do we begin? I know from experience that this 1,000-mile journey toward financial independence begins with a single step of learning to assert ourselves as women. I strongly advocate for women to stand up and be counted for in meaningful ways. It takes courage and perseverance to take many small steps to leverage your skills and talents to effect change in the world. Every personal journey is different. However, I believe there are several fundamental steps to achieving this financial freedom. First and foremost, a very important one is voice your vision. Every woman needs to formulate a clear vision of what she wants to do, why it is important, and what kind of support she will need. Because the idea of being self-made is very vague. I don't understand that. We all need support. Men need support. Women need support. the whole culture and business spectrum, we all need support. I believe many women have dreamt of some form of financial success, even they have been outwardly silent about it. If you are that woman, I encourage you to dream out loud. Every time you stifle your own voice or squash your own dreams, you deprive the world of the unique possibilities from your talent, innovation, and your vision. Ask for support. It's once I became aware of the mindset that was holding me back from realizing my passion, I made a conscious decision to overcome it. And then a little bit of the battle was won. I then had to reach out and cultivate a support system that starts with asking for the basic support we need at home. I'm well aware that many women are in a situation where finding support can be an extraordinary challenge. Some family members and friends are more willing to support your vision than others. It's very easy to talk yourself out of reaching for your goals. Therefore, it's prudent to listen to the voices who remain behind you, people who help you. Can be your close family members or they can be some friends. Ask for help. Find networking opportunities and connection that align with your vision. Align yourself with people who are sharing your vision or who are sharing a drive for success. If you feel shy about asking, remind yourself that this isn't a luxury, a whim, or an indulgence. Learn to value your abilities, charge fair market prices, or relegate your talent to marketplace, not to a hobby or only volunteer work. Some women do just volunteer work. It's important that you take your intellect and your skills to a marketplace. Bottom line, as your confidence grows, so will your goals. And even if the goals don't actually get bigger, they will start to look bigger because with each step, we are getting closer to our goals. There's a concept called the shine theory. When we help other women rise, we all shine. Once you consciously choose to overcome your own self-defeating thoughts, then you can graciously help other women overcome it too. Okay, when I'm using the word shine theory or shine, I'm not talking about standing in the spotlight and feeding our egos. I'm talking about serving as a guiding light. I believe the time has come for women to step up and help illuminate the world. There are so many areas where we can make a positive impact through our special empathy, sensibilities, and level of care. And I was, a few minutes ago, I was so proud to see all the amazing, inspiring women sharing their visions. And that's the kind of vision we all need. And that's the kind of supportive culture we need in the world today. In conclusion, those of us who are already in the business world have a special moral obligation. It's our duty to do everything we can to empower other women in business. We already face unique obstacles that make it harder for us to advance in business. We need all the help we can get. So it's amazing to create a supportive culture so all women can rise and shine.
That's great, Niket. It's really interesting, and
Thank you.
I just want you to more now. Let's be interactive. So I want you to please highlight your passion for the women that you want to do in your country. That what's your plan and what you feel.
Sure. Like I just highlight the path. I just highlight the path of financial freedom with all of you. So I would share what I'm doing and what my passion right now is. My passion for finance and business has now transitioned into social work and philanthropic endeavors that have materialized in some projects that I'm very proud to share here. So My husband and I have built a hostel for girls in my hometown of Chitral, Pakistan, that can house 200 students. I also built an early childhood development center and a computer lab there. From 2004, I have provided educational scholarships to deserving students. My next goal, Dr. Musa, you're asking, my next goal is to train young minds for entrepreneurship by starting an incubation center, like startup incubation center in Chitral.
Oh, that sounds really amazing, and it's a need of the hour. I can say that
Thank you.
you're right on spot. These things are really required, and even actually, our next panel discussion is about incubation centers and all startups that need support from the wealthy people.
Thank you. And all the support we need, we can get.
That's good. If you have time, you can join our panel because you talk about incubation and startups and you're doing it. So I think it's very appropriate to keep you on hold and move to the panel and let's share your thoughts during the panel.
Thank you.
Is it fine?
Sure,
That's
yeah,
great.
I think so, yeah.
That's
So,
great. So let's move to the panel side now. I want to welcome all my new panelists. If we can add them one by one, so I can introduce themselves. Who is online now? Oh, I can see Olga is with us. Olga, how are you doing today? Thanks for joining. I know you're really busy. You are a film producer and a woman leader, and you are really popular in the town. I'm so happy to see you in this panel, which is going to discuss in the West in women entrepreneurship and incubation centers and startups. Oh, I can see Samia also joining us live from London, and she is heading a family office, which is, and she has a very interesting profile. So let's one by one, we will start introduction. Olga, can you start your introduction, and then I will take the introductions of everyone.
Hello, it's my big pleasure. I enjoyed very much listening to Nayat Akbar Shah from USA, and it's really very inspiring. And thank you for creating such interesting, such interesting place where very different people, but at the same time, very the same people, that is amazing with such a great background. I'm director and producer of movies. I created around 25 films. All of them were different. There were a lot of movies about Olympic champions. I studied the psychology of Olympic champions, why some people can achieve and others cannot, what is their secret. Some movies were about, is it easy or difficult to be wife number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. It's called Harim. It's become quite popular in Russia. It was big discussion. And my task was to do, to show that even we are so different, we are very much the same. I want to connect different cultures and different people since I was living most of my life in different countries. And I love Arabic countries very much. I was a Russian diplomat in Japan. My first foreign language is Japanese. So it's interesting to connect Japan, Russia, Kazakhstan, United Arab Emirates, and to teach that. I created a blog. It's called Hidden Hero. It helps people and brands to develop their brand. And also it has English-speaking expert club. It's a club where people can practice English, and experts from all around the world will give you feedback online, what they think about your idea. So all that is done to connect people. That is what I'm doing. Happy to see you today.
That's great. That's really interesting and very dynamic. And I'm sure that if you meet me 10 years before, I would be a producer of a movie for sure, in which I will cast myself as a hero.
You're very welcome as a hero, as a producer, and I'd be happy to make a movie about your conference, about your heroes, because Hidden Hero is done to promote brands, to promote people. It doesn't matter, are you sitting in Karachi or in Monaco or in New York or in Moscow?
Wow, that's great. That's a huge network, of course. Samia, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, Dr. Musa. Thank you so much for having me with this really, honestly, fantastic lineup of speakers. It really is amazing to see what's happening. And so my background is mainly in finance and the private bank, wealth management, for over 12 years in the investment side, working a lot with Middle Eastern clients. So I was really involved in taking care of the families, of the transactions. But the past 4 years, over 4 years, I've been managing the family office of the chairman of Artok. Artok is an Egyptian conglomerate with an international outlook. They've been over 40 years working, investing, and developing in traditional industries such as real estate, engineering, manufacturing. But then they switched all of that and moved away from that, from the traditional business, into technology. We've been investing mainly into startups, and we're pretty much agnostic in terms of stages of startups. We go from from seed level all the way to pre-IPO. We are very big advocates of looking into different accelerators and incubators in the Middle East and also in Europe. And we do keep in mind, because the chairman is very big supporter of women as well in technology, and so am I as well. And we do this from globally as well for the team.
Oh, that's a lovely introduction, and you are very important in a way that all people who works for family offices, they have access to the wealth and they know how to multiply this wealth, and this whole world is like a fund management. So when we talk about a women healthcare, we are talking about women education, we're talking about a startup incubation. So of course the first step is to raise funds, and fund management, investment advisory is your core skill. And I'm sure that it's a lot of people are going to get a great value from your experience, and we can talk with you, the women in Egypt, the women in Algeria, Tunisia, and all that region, which is actually your region. So let me go ahead to the next panelist. I can see Concita is already has joined from Europe, Belgium. So please, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear
Yes.
you. Please.
Hello. Well, I've been really watching and hearing all these fantastic talks. I mean, it's a pleasure the way that you make really women feel at ease, the way that we all share. It's just fantastic, and yes, many different stories and many equal purposes. Dr. Musa, thank you very much for the opportunity you give to share. So just a little bit about myself. I am Italian. My name is Concetta. I live in Belgium, in Brussels, in the heart of Europe. And mainly my experience, my background is more than 15 years in large corporations at executive level. So really mainly in executive advisory roles, in sponsoring, in PR. And also I created a very important function, which is very close to my values already many years ago, is creative department in the largest company in Belgium, 16,000 people, of corporate social responsibility. What 10 years ago was really, more than 10 years ago, was really a challenge, because today it's more in our day-to-day. We all know that it's important to care of environmental concerns, but more than 10 years ago was more the big challenge that was difficult to face. So after that, after more than 50 years, I moved to being my own boss. So I created my own company, and that was really not an easy task. But I think that you are a little bit entrepreneur in your heart. It's not a job. I always say to women, what do you do? It's not a job. Being an entrepreneur it's really a mindset. You really need to be ready to face difficulties, to innovate, to reinvent yourself at any time, and really move from even if it's difficult, or even if you have a lot of responsibility in a company, of a kind of frame that is there to really something which is not sure every day. I mean, when you are your own boss, you really have to find the results, to fight for them, and then try to continue to, of course, be there for your family. I am a mother of 2 fantastic children. They make me prouder every day. And I was so touched by listening to what women said before. We have, of course, all felt like when you have, very high responsibilities, are we good mothers? Do we really care of our family, or is it normal that we work so much, we work so hard, and our ladies there at the panels, they said what is important is to share, and you really show your voice. My children today, they are 20 and 23. They told me, mommy, we saw you struggling when you were working in large companies and when you have become your own boss. And somehow you've been an example and a role model, because now we know how tough it is to make your path in this world. So you're not being a bad mom, but you've been a fantastic example for us, because we know that it's difficult to make money. It's important to keep your values, and it's always important to stick to your values. So it depends on how you see and how we feel it, but it's super important that we really share, as other women said, what we want and how we want to get there. So this is really super important. We are a team. We share everything today. So every day.
That's an amazing. And we need to ask your beautician, because I expect you are not more than 25 and you're telling you have kids 23 and 22. So maybe a lot of women will be interested to know your beautician as well. So
Thank you.
But before we move to the next panelist, can you make sure that there is a echo sound for Facebook or YouTube? So if you can close in your PCs, it will be more audible to me. I'm getting an echo. That's fine. That's fine. So we have the last panelist with us. Can you please introduce yourself?
Mr. Musa, thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me?
It's my pleasure. Yes, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know that you can hear me. Oh, I am very humbled to be part of this initiative. Extremely interesting participants. I've been watching you from the start, and I would like to tell you that it's all very inspiring, and those initiatives are really great. As for me, my name is Jordanka Hrncu-Jordanova. I am a Bulgarian citizen who actually left for the Netherlands in 1998. Met my husband there and stayed ever since.
Wow.
Yeah, actually a vacation turned my life around. I am coming from a former communist country, moving actually to one of the most advanced European countries. I have had the privilege to enjoy the support of my husband, who actually helped me become part of one of the best touristic institutes in the Netherlands. My story is a bit, I actually made some notes, and not to make the story long. I like telling my story as just leaving for a vacation, but finding out one of the best countries to live in, a place which learned me a lot, gave me the best education I can ever enjoy. The Netherlands has a very good developed system as to supported women, as to education, as to development opportunities. For somebody coming from a former communistic countries, I had to actually learn and adjust a lot. But with this, I would like to say that actually I would not have been able to achieve anything if I have not had my husband and his open attitude towards development, towards support, and lifting me up, as I should say. In the Netherlands, the opportunities for women are broad. Sky is the limit. It's all about how much you want to achieve, how far do you want to get, and how much are you ready to put in. And basically, that has been the best life lessons for me as I entered the Netherlands. It was the time of communism, where I actually had to wait up to 3 days in front of an embassy to get a visa. It was almost impossible to leave even the country. But after the support of my husband, I was able to be accepted in one of the best institutes, touristic institutes in the Netherlands, where we started 1,500 people and finished 50 of us. Very proud of the achievement. In between, having in mind the Dutch laws, when you entered the country, I was obliged to take a year course of integration and language, which actually had stopped completely my career plan. But thanks to my husband and his support system, we managed to pass a 12-month language course into 4 months. So basically, I have seen and discovered that having the right support system and believe in you, you can achieve much more than actually you are even thinking yourself of.
Oh, that's great. That's a lovely introduction. I will take a pause here and we will move to the questions so we can, there you can express your feelings and your thoughts. So the first question is that why is it important to focus on women startups and incubation centers? The reason this question I'm asking is apart from Europe and the UK and USA, we do have initiative. Women have privileges to start up. They have interest-free loans. They have guidance. There's a chamber you can go. They can guide you. But in developing countries, there is no infrastructure. There's no even focus. You know, if you see a country, how many incubation center, maybe someone personally in a private capacity on a micro level is running an incubation center, but on a policy level is not done yet. So the reason to pull up all of you from civilized countries like United States, UK, Europe, and knowing the pain of a developing woman who don't have access to education, health, and she don't have support. She has business ideas but no money, and if she want to start up, she don't have a startup capital. If she has business ideas in incubation, that will be killed with the domestic works that they do. So all this makes us forced to discuss this and ask and advise, to get an advice into the policymakers about that. So why it is important, I will start my discussion with Olga. That what are your thoughts on this concept?
Dr. Musa, thank you so much. I think if we talk about the money, I'm the person who is most among all the group, because all the ladies are, the sharks, business sharks, who are very good, in operating money, and and that is very important. I really proud to know that, because while making movies and while organizing big conferences for women, like I did Women SME conference in Dubai that united around 250, 300 people. And I was surprised, out of 80 businesses or 90 businesses, only 10% of these women-run business, they were earning money. And when I start discussing with them, what is the reason for that? Why? Women are not feeling that comfortable even to talk about that. I don't know, maybe it's a kind of some psychological thing. I teach a lot of public speaking for women, and they don't want to talk about money. They say, okay, Olga, this is what I'm doing. This is my job. I can help people. And they don't say it will cost so and so. And then when you meet a woman who was from a wealthy family and something happened with her husband, or something happened, she's with 3-4 kids and she doesn't have any money, that is shocking. Because I talked to some in the women's shelters in Kazakhstan, in different countries, and it's unbelievable. How can somebody be left at the age of 40, 45 years with 3-4 kids with zero money and with zero financial knowledge? And I think this is a very crucial point, just to explain to women that even if we are very good and we want to help the humanity, there should be some basic knowledge about money. Let's say if you have 4 kids, you should know how much does it cost to put them to school, to kindergarten, to give them education. So you need to make a plan. And if you give some services, you're a teacher, you are the owner of the business, you need to get profit. And there is nothing shameful in that. You know, when you talk with man and he's the owner of the company, immediately he will say, my profit is so, I'm very famous man. Women, they try to escape that topic. They don't want to talk. They don't mention it. When I talk with them, they will say, Olga, we will make everything for you free of charge. And I think there should be some incubators. There should be some places where they should be taught how to generate money. Otherwise, they will be left with many kids alone with any knowledge. They will be not 20 anymore. They will be already old. And it will be, you know, like shocking experience for them. That's why I think we should think about that, because now in pandemic time, I notice that more and more women, they're leaving their jobs because they say we will take care of kids, we will study online with them because kids are more important, family is more important, they're leaving their jobs, they're leaving their careers. Mostly it's women who are doing that. It's not men. So I think we should be able to create some places who can give support for women, education for them, and some basic knowledge. Let's say I read that, let's say, British Business Bank found that just £1 in every 100 pounds of venture capital goes to female-led companies. A lot of things are doing to support women, but still, there is a very big gap. And I'm not speaking about developing countries. Here, you know, it's okay to have 5, 6 kids, to sit with women, not to have any education, as if we are in the 17th century. Really.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
This is what I'm thinking about that.
Yeah, so let's move forward to Nigat and take her opinion on the same subject.
Thank you, Dr. Musa, and thank you for keeping me here for this panel discussion. I'm loving it, and I'm going to bank on what Ms. Olga just said about why it's so important for women to be financially independent. Because, you know, financial independence is giving you power to make decisions. If women are not in the decision-making power, most of the decisions are being made for them by men. So if women have money, it's the broad thing. If women have money, they can lobby for the causes that are very closer to them. So this is one thing. And even if it comes to the family or the community, you never know. One day, the women money can be the lifeline of her family. So it's important that we should have some ways to give these women some special training, because having skills is different, and having a mindset that can turn that skill into a very nice business, and also how to make money out of your skill are totally different. So we really need to focus on these incubation centers. So it's one thing that's coming to my mind, because having no money means no power. Women usually, especially younger girls, are also very feeling kind of powerless. When I talk about my town back home in northern part of Pakistan, I'm talking about this Hunza, Gilgit, and Chitral area where many young girls are ending their lives. It can be financial frustration. So the suicide rate among young girls are going up. And also, it's not only the young girls, also the mothers, and also married women. So Olga was just telling a few minutes ago that she makes film. I have created a short film that will be ready for screening maybe by December. I discussed with Dr. Musa a few weeks ago, but it's going to be ready for screening. I'm trying to put this issue of suicide into the spotlight. Maybe the Pakistan government and institutions who are working towards suicide prevention, they should look into why women are doing suicide. Maybe it's because of the financial frustration, because women already in my town or in my area, women already feel really powerless, and they're not being given enough share of their father's property, sort of. So they're really feeling powerless. So I think women empowerment through money is really important, because money is power. We all can say that.
That's amazing. Like you highlighted a very big issue, and that's the reason that we need to invest in women because if woman is upset, stressed at home, nothing, there's no mission of life, so you will lose your life. That's the cause
Exactly.
causes people to end up and of course your voice is very important in this. You highlighted this issue, and all the world is listening to you, and I'm sure that everyone concerned should take an action and do some policy level works because in I always believe micro level work is fine, but we need to take the things on a government level. Then we can say we are equal to United States, Europe, or UK in a developing country. I'm just talking about. So let's move to Constanta and take her opinion about the same.
Thank you. I agree with Olga, with Nigat. I am entrepreneur, and Olga mentioned that we are in pandemic period. I mean, I have to say that in Belgium, unfortunately, we are really the red point in Europe. So this is also part today of our daily life. It's not just about when you're an entrepreneur, it's not just about just setting up your business. With this pandemic, for instance, I took the initiative of trying to think how I could help the community. I mean, it's either you just wait that this pass, or you try to of course to see the bad side of it. But when you're an entrepreneur, as I said, is a mindset. You really need to find solutions. So what I did is I gathered people, mainly women and also men, who were like-minded like me, to launch an initiative which wants really to help communities in the world on very tangible projects, already concrete projects. They mainly focus on education, technology, and health, because for me, these are really the two topics which the pandemic is going to reinforce, and they're not going to go away. They're really going to be a real focus. What I would like to share with those women here is that, as Nigat said, of course, when we have cash and when you have access, this is much more important for me, is that the women, especially in emerging countries, they have access to finance these products, because sometimes they just cannot have access to this, and this is also a problem, a technological problem, or a problem of educating these people. But what I would like to share with all the women here in the panel is that women need, not just that they don't dare to share about, asking for support or financial support. They need to be trained. I've been facing this, I'm facing this, to really discuss, finance with men, with investors. Mainly of investors are men today, and discussing really, and convincing men to invest in your startup. It's a job. It's something that you really need to learn. It's not just being an entrepreneur, but it's really something that women have to learn how to do. I have learned, and this is really something I would like to share with all of you. It's like, negotiating. Some surveys, global surveys, show that women are not as good as men in negotiating. I'm sure that they will be as good as men or even better, but they just need to have access to the being educated and being this knowledge. So this is really very important. You need to know how to prepare your file, how to see investors, how to sell your projects, and this is something that you need to acquire. You need to learn. So my initiatives are really launched for everyone. We have now gathered really many women and many people around the world, and also what I've seen is that in developing countries, so many women are eager to start their business. Where we are talking about very clear figures. We are in 20% of women in emerging countries that really started their business to 4% in developed countries. What does this mean? It means that they are really, of course, eager to jump on their new business. They are not afraid of leaving a comfort zone, because they are not in a comfort zone. So the people like we are here around this panel, we really need to create a bridge between the emerging countries and us, to be able to share this knowledge. And like this, we can be really stronger.
Oh, that's great. That's a beautiful thought. And let's move to Samia about the same concept.
Thank you. I definitely agree with the ladies' very, very recurring themes there, where women need finance, training and kind of a security. And of course, that will result in having more confidence. Confidence comes from experience, from a support system, and also from having the education and training. This is why we need incubators and accelerators. So women are becoming key players in the world economy. So as producers, employers, and business owners in Saudi Arabia, for example, I think women own 10% of real estate in major cities and have an estimated cash of $12 billion. And that's, and 75%, I think it's 75% of that, which is totally like sitting idle in cash. So this potential is limited by an inappropriate educational background, a lack of role models, and the gendering of entrepreneurship, a low social status, competing demands on time associated with family responsibilities, and limited access to finance. So business incubators and accelerators can play an important role in the entrepreneurship ecosystem by not only offering training, services, but also connecting women business owners to opportunities and resources that may help them overcome various challenges that limit business development and growth. And this is very key for us because program offerings can include workspace, mentoring, technical assistance, and networking with potential investors, customers, and suppliers. So some recent studies actually they found that entrepreneurs who participate in a top performing accelerator perform better than those that did not participate in an accelerator in areas such as raising capital, exiting by acquisition, and acquiring customers. I've been lucky as an investor and a woman investor working with very famous and key incubators and accelerators, one of them being Our Crowd in Israel, which is now working very closely with the UAE, working with accelerators, Adidas family as well. And they're not particularly focused only for women, but it's across the board with technology. But from that, we saw the importance of the exits. And we ourselves, our talk, we're going to work on creating our own accelerator program coming out of the Middle East, coming out of Egypt. We'll have a rep office next year, hopefully. It will start in Egypt with also some talent from Lebanon, from Jordan, from UAE, and with focus on women as well. And then we will bridge that talent with the Western world where we can help them with the exits. But what we tell our potential candidates and entrepreneurs is if you want to come to us, we don't ask you when is your exit. We want to grow. We want to grow with you. We want to be, your success is our success. And then the exit, comes naturally. But incubation, accelerator are very important.
Oh, that's amazing. And I was watching you other day, you were on Sky News, and that's really amazing that you are really leading from the front. And the thing that you mentioned for incubation, of course, it is in your personal capacity and you are doing your great job. Imagine if this level goes to the higher level when there are policymakers, where the governments, the federal governments and state governments and provincial governments and city councils in these developing countries start thinking. There are women who are sitting at her home. She has no education. So before there was an excuse that you have to go outside. Okay, we don't let our women to come out of home. But now with the technology, you have this Zoom, you have the technology can enter in the home. If you don't let your woman come out of the home for shopping, for study, for healthcare, that's not a problem anymore. We have e-doctors, they can see you on screen inside the home. There are jobs like accountancy, data entry jobs. There are jobs for digital marketing. There are jobs for LinkedIn searching. And there are a lot of jobs that women can do in the home. Even there is no challenge to the cultures and the societies. But what is required is a formal approach where a woman, suppose if I'm a woman, I'm not much educated. I live a very conservative society where people feel awkward when I go outside the home. So you just give me an access to an internet, and the world is open for me. And tell me like authentic sources of incubation centers and startups where I can put my application. What we did is in Berkeley Middle East consultancy last 5 years before we said if any woman come to us, we will not charge anything. We will make a marketing plan. We will give her a business plan. We will give her marketing research also, which is very expensive, but still we make it free for the women. And last 5 years we have a lot of startups originated from us. But again, this is a personal effort. It's not going to create a massive change in these developing countries. What I always look, of course, micro and macro combines together. We are doing our individual work, but my major sound, what I feel is, and you're also, is helping governments and policymakers to think about a bigger level of incubation center startups, because the sovereign bonds are the most you can say reliable, more secure. So when anything backed by a government, where investor comes, he knows that he is giving money to a government, not to a private institute. So it becomes really um, helpful for a community. And here I can mention one thing, that in UAE, how UAE government does, what they do is they have a department who research what is required in the town. For example, they will do a research. Recently, I faced a woman. She came to me and she was looking for funds. But look how organized it was, that the government through a department has researched that in a particular community there are less marriage halls, and the marriage halls demand is increasing. So they pick and choose this UAE national. They told, oh, they give all the feasibility, all the plan, next 5 year projected cash flows, balance sheet, income statement, ROIs. Even they are ready to fund to a certain extent, but money was required for starting the project. So such an organized, if you imagine like in developing country, there are a lot of women. If they get a ready-made projects, like it's somewhere related to textile, somewhere related to agriculture, somewhere related to tech. So how easy will be become the life of a woman. So let me have a thought. Let me take the thoughts of Jordanka on the same. Please go ahead.
Of course, I've been listening very careful to what you all share. Very interesting thoughts. I can, of course, share my own experience. As coming from a former communistic country, such network is not that good developed. We are an European Union member, but there are a lot of practices here which can still be learned and be implemented. And having the chance to have lived in the Netherlands for about 20 years, I have learned a lot. And one of my decisions to come back here and operate my business is to actually promote possibilities which are already established in developed countries. These are models and business practices which are existing, are being very successful. As I say, you don't have to discover America again. You just have to implement them in the right order. What I'm facing as a challenge in Bulgaria is actually partially political, partially old views on the new world. While in the Netherlands, I have seen those incubators and those accelerators. I've been part of IT network from the year of 2000. I have benefited from the profits of being having a business idea, being connected with sort-minded business people, and being given the chance to have the whole project or the whole project, the whole path actually stipulated for you, which means that you're going to have guidance from a chamber of commerce, of business angels, investors, of accountants, of consultants. So these type of networks have actually helped me to connect with a lot of same-minded people and people in the industry. So I am a real supporter and a fan of business networks of same-minded people. Women organizations are also parties which in the Netherlands I've been part of, have learned me a lot and have made me actually conscious of who I am, what I am, what can I achieve. And basically it's all starting from being able to get the trust in the idea you have, to get the support, and from there sky's the limit. This is my personal experience, and I am a complete promoter of all those initiatives which give the possibility of women to develop further. Of course, financing as part of the whole system is something which I can look apart from it, because first educating yourself, preparing yourself for the business world. I've been in IT where I've worked preliminary mostly with men. The idea was women are not for that sector. That was in the year 2000. Actually, with the years, I saw how many women started fighting this idea and showing otherwise. Well, actually, there are enough people with the same passion. We just have to unite and support each other. Networking and being part of supporting systems. As I say, very often I don't hire people. I work with same-minded professionals who are willing to work together. And that is a principle which I already for 20 years embrace. Wherever I am short of knowledge, I am looking for people who can provide me with the help, with the expertise, and I always look for possibilities to unite efforts and not to look for the differences in between. For me, in that there is no man or there is no woman business world is hard enough. If you have your passion, I am just supporting the idea. Go for it, and support people who have the same passion and ideas, but still have not had the chance to walk that path and know as much as you do. So this is how I look into it. And
You are perfectly right that a man and woman, they are partners, and if you got a right partner, it can help you to uplift your own success. I mean, it's a two-way process, and I can give you a recent example that yesterday I was in a discussion, and it was sort of a marriage proposal. So the boy is very educated, very nice, talented, and a girl also. I know she's really dynamic. But when it comes to a discussion, after all nice discussion, suddenly he said, "I don't allow my wife to work. That's not what we are. We are different. We don't let any wife. This is our responsibility. We will bring money." So, I mean, that's the mentality still exists. This is I'm talking about yesterday. A qualified chartered accountant from England and Wales. This is I'm telling you from a developing country, of course. So this is the mentality that you are fighting with. That when you say men and women are equal in talks till a certain level, all is fine. When it comes to a real delivery of a woman right, where she will drive, where she will go, she want to work, where I mean, I saw my colleagues also. One day I received my assistant call, and she was really stressed and upset, and very sick, feeling sick, like, so she couldn't sleep all the night because baby was sick. So she just want to inform that I cannot come because of this. And what was the sad part of her conversation was that, look, he went to his office, and I cannot go to my office. I mean, what I feel is justified was that half time he should take care of the baby, and half time the woman can take care, and it's not going to de-respect a man. This is this is a kindness and help that comes from the heart, which you need to allocate it in a. If you say you are partners and you are you want to grow together. So now we are left with only 15 minutes, and we have a very interesting question that I love to ask. Why I ask these questions? Because first of all, you are decision makers. You have your own success story. So sitting with decision makers is really powerful, and because they interpret the information, and whatever they say, it's really practical, doable, and achievable. So if you become the prime minister or a president of your country, so what you would like to do, how you support women startups and incubation, what is your policy framework? Like, let's assume you have 90 days, you become the president. Assume developing countries, not the developed countries. So I will start with Olga.
You're very tricky. You always start with difficult questions, difficult questions. Dr. Musa, thank you so much.
Russians are meant for difficult life and difficult question. And how I come to know, like my secretary is from Moscow. So I had a working experience very close. Secretary is the one who knows even when you are traveling, when you will sleep, when you will wake up, very minute details. So uh, in last couple of years, I observed the quality of the Russians. I'm really impressed. So you guys are born for difficult and to face. So please go ahead and take up this question.
Thank you so much. I think that we are living in such a vulnerable world. And you see what's going on in France. You see what is going on, the level of hatred. Somebody's cutting somebody's hand, somebody's cutting somebody's head. And, it's like one of the reasons why I left diplomacy and start being a filmmaker, because I was thinking I need to create something that will connect people. As a prime minister and as a person who will support women incubators, I will teach women, number one, negotiation, because we women, we don't want anybody die. We don't want our husbands die. We don't want our kids die. And if you will go arm out and somebody will cut your head or your hand or will do it for your relative, you cannot even think about business or about something else. We should be very, very tolerant to each other. We shouldn't think, okay, this person is from Pakistan, she cannot do that. This is from India, this is from Russia, this is from Ukraine. One of the reasons why I created Hidden Beauty Club, this is a club in UAE only for women, to put different nationalities. I have people from Ukraine, from Russia, from Saudi Arabia, and from Qatar sitting together. You will think this is incredible, but this is the only way to survive. We are not speaking only about business, only about money. Number one is trying to understand each other. It doesn't mean are you from Beirut or from Moscow or something. If we as women can do it, can we go one level up? This is the skills of negotiating, confidence, and seeing the picture. Because I don't know why, but I think women have more humanity. I don't believe that if we will run, everybody will kill each other. That is number one, is the most important, is just to be alive. Number two is to be friends. Number three is to be able to talk. Number four, to negotiate. Number five, money. Okay, let's put money because we're in money conference. Number two, number three. If we put all this together, putting all these women together, then it will be like a bridge for our male leaders to communicate. I think anyone who is able to stop the war, he's a hero for me. He's a hero, absolutely. And these are the skills we should train women. I teach women how to solve, I solve a lot of marriage from breaking up. And this summer I managed to help 12 businesses from bankruptcy. Wow. I love to save people's marriages. I like when people get together, and I love really when people were fighting to make peace between them. I think we as women, we have this potential. If we will be able, today you have a great women here, if we can unite and do it, then the money will come, the confidence will come. The most important is just to understand each other and to hear each other.
That's great. It's lovely, lovely input. And
Then we will
because
put
we
the
have very
knowledge of
less.
Samia, Nayat, Concetta,
Yes,
Jordanka. We will put it together who is doing better what, and it's like United Nations. And
all
Dr.
right.
Musa is the head of United Nations.
That's great. I'm always a follower and fans of your success. So let's go to Nigat and take the same question. What she will do if she become a prime minister of her country, which require a special focus on women incubation and startups. Um, the next day when she will go in the parliament, what she's gonna do? Let's over to you.
Dr. Musa, this question, I never thought about this one. And I was thinking I will never be a part of this panel, though. So this
Well, let's
question,
see. Sometimes it's good to be random and
yeah, really,
unorganized because that's the genuine one. If I give you time, you may do some research. You come up, okay, I will do this and that, but
yeah,
random. Because before you answer, I will tell you. First of all, in developing country, woman is not asking for her rights. You will see people on the road, they are talking about other things,
right,
but the woman is not on the road. She don't come on the road protest that, look, you are not educating, you are men, especially in Muslim society, like the country like Pakistan. It's a
mhm,
Muslim. In the religious books it's written that if you have to go to China, go, this is the prophet
yeah,
said. So you have to teach them, and
mhm,
this is your generic right. I mean, this is your religious obligation other than your humanistic and other. I'm
yeah,
talking about those countries. So women don't recognize her right. So you have to be a voice. You have to guide them. You have to tell them,
yeah,
look, this is a woman right. I stayed in United States. I saw woman treatment is different. Woman is equal. Woman is having access to health and education. So when you tell them, it's like maybe 100 years before, those people who go in a ship to another country, and when they come, so there was this Arabian tales, the story tales, that used to tell, oh, there is a town, where there is a place where people are very, beautiful and all that. So same way, these are stories for these 80% women. I don't say that all women in Pakistan is not privileged. There are 10 to 15% women which has great access. They travel, they have money, they are spender, they have rights. But 85%, but these 15% are not doing anything for the 85%. So you being a Pakistani origin, American national, of course, you can do a lot of things which you can work out. I don't want to stress you now. You can work out. You can give your closing remarks, then I can go to the next speaker.
okay, thank you, thank you. So if I become the prime minister, my first thought will be in the morning when I go to office to have 50% of women on my cabinet. That will change the first important thing, that women are not equally being represented. I'm just taking, like, if I have all the power, if I could do that, I'm not sure how many women are with me already who have made me the president, right? So that's one thing. Another thing is going to be the infrastructure of small towns, where women empowerment is very important. And without infrastructure, proper roads, and internet connectivity, fast internet connectivity, women empowerment will not be possible. Even this year, during this pandemic, in my town of Chitral, even young students were not able to go to their classes. They were not able to attend their online classes. They were taking their laptops with them and going to mountaintops so they can receive some type of signal. So that was a frustrating thing. And it was giving me a sense of, like, helplessness. And think about those students who are in that situation. And another thing would be to make sure that we will have those laws that give women fair share from their father's property. So later on, it can become their parental property. Right now, in my country, very few women own properties. So the property from father goes to the son, and from son to his son. This is how it goes. And women stay powerless because, I mean, we all believe it. Money is power. So if one section of the community is without money, it's totally powerless. So these are the implementation I would do as a prime minister.
That's good. I think this is a lovely thought, and I know that you have more thoughts also. And my voice is clear. Yeah, so I know that you have a lot of other things. Maybe we can have another discussion in the future to have your valuable thoughts because you are right on spot. So let's move to Samia, please.
I love that question, especially when you mix the technology and the incubator, accelerator, and startups in that. I think I would focus on 4 primary areas that that have a call for action for women: education, entrepreneurship, social inclusion, and innovation. I think my aim would be to educate, equip, and empower women and girls with the necessary skills and confidence to succeed in their career fields. Because the issue of women empowerment in tech is of major importance. I worked myself in the financial sector. There was a lot of disparities, gender gap in pay and everything. That still exists, and this is in the Western world. So I would change that with laws. I would look to close the gender gap to help women embrace technology. And within the incubators, and startups actually pass some laws for tolerance against discrimination, gender, sexual orientation, religion, culture, and an overall respect. Because I think you would find interesting in the UN Sustainable Development. They have set 17 goals to transform our world by 2030. And goal 5 is to achieve gender equality and empower women and girls. So the tech field is one of its main targets.
Oh, that's great. You are very tech focused, and it's really amazing because technology can revolutionize. I recently had a speech where I said that if you want to transform the nation, you have to adopt technology. Otherwise, you are same 1500 years old mentality. So let's move to can Concita. Concita, you are quite patient. I appreciate your patience.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I'm enjoying this. This is not being patient. This is learn.
Please go ahead. We are running out of time, so if you can just summarize.
Absolutely. So what I would do is, as already a lot has been said, I would teach to, especially to girls, to young girls from their very young age, the fact that they can have access, to male-orientated studies if they want to. So I really would like to give this access in culture. So if they want to study science, or if they want to study, technology, they can. So this is for me very, very important. It's not, oh, this is for boys, you cannot do this. If they want to become engineers, they have to. From my long experience in telecom, in ICT, I think that the key for me is really to give access to ICT to women. This is the key, because if you have access to ICT, you have access to knowledge. If you have access to knowledge, you can really learn and you can really develop yourself. And then I've seen that there are really very clear studies that show that women who have the access to tech studies, they even embrace them much better than men. And what are the barriers today for the ICT is basically the money, because some very low income people and women, they cannot even have the minimum money requested to have access to connectivity. So we really need to make sure that low income people have access for free to connectivity. So this is what I would do if I were
That's a great,
to manage the country.
step, and I can endorse. Like lastly, when I went to Moscow, there was a football match. There, when there was a World Cup. So wherever I go on the street, there was a free Wi-Fi available. I can connect anywhere in the Moscow, and no need data plan and nothing. So, though, yeah, there are examples for these concepts that you make ICT totally free and let them access to the world through laptop and internet. Yeah. That's great. So I know you have a lot of suggestions, and I can see from your eyes you want to say a lot, but we are unfortunately limited in time. But of course, in the future events, we will take your opinions. Let's move to the last panelist. Please go ahead and share your thoughts about if you become a prime minister, what you are going to do.
Thank you. I will keep it short because actually the ladies before me covered most part of what I've been thinking. Developing countries is one story. There is a lot of work which needs to be done there. There are very good models and practices which just can be copied with respect to cultural differences, which need to be taken in mind about every country. If I am a prime minister of Bulgaria, actually, I will take a few successful practices which are already working around the world. We have here laws which are already financially encouraging hiring women, which has been unemployed for a long period of time, or women who have children and has been also employed for a long period of time. There are a lot of groups which are actually in not such fortunate position, women included for some cases, starting with education and encouraging the whole path of achieving goals up to the point of a network being set up and developed that you have access to all those services which are available in other countries. In Bulgaria, they are still not available. The network, the framework of the legacy is here. Only we have demographic problems that more than 2.3 million Bulgarians, which are very high educated, are living abroad and learning all those practices. And we do not have that much educated politicians which are making work out of this. So that is what my opinion is. Experts, experts, experts. Use their knowledge and utilize their potential.
That's great. So I think all the policy makers who are listening to you, I think it is very advisable that tomorrow you go to Parliament and please issue the amend your rules, make rules. At least as a model in every city, you can start one incubation center, startup center, and let them see how it grows. It will really facilitate you, and you can get better votes in the next election. That is also mandatory. If you win the women vote, you will be ever forever. You can be a prime minister and president. So thank you very much, all the ladies, for your valuable inputs. And I will continue with our next section. We have a very nice speaker which is joining us live from UAE. And so let me check if she's online. Naima Muhammad Al Manhali, she is a founder and chairperson of Al Nazaya Association. She is an auditor by profession, and she's a very renowned business leader. She's quite popular in her local community and internationally also. And it's an honor to have her on board. So, Naima, can you hear me?
Hear you, yes.
Oh, that's great. I want to thank you for joining. I know you are not feeling well, but and it's a great honor for us to have you in this event. So, Are you able to speak fine? It's
Yes.
okay to go ahead? That's great.
Yes, I
That's great.
can. Yes, I can. I can start, yani.
That's great. So you can introduce yourself to the audience and please take up your message for the world.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum and greetings. Uh, as Mr. Musa said, I'm the founder and chairperson of Nazaha Association. The association is a non-profit organization declared by the UAE Ministry of Community Development in June 2019 in order to promote integrity concepts among UAE society. We are also an affiliate of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners in the USA. Starting with UAE government, I would like to start with the great leadership of His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Nahyan, Vice President and Prime Minister of UAE and the ruler of Dubai, and His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, and all the rulers of the UAE. Actually, our leaders are so proud of Emirati women for their great partnership and incredible contribution in developing an accomplishment. I would like also to share some words from Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, Mother of the Nation. She said, "The women of our nation should be proud of the dynamic role they play in the service of our country. Women are partners in the struggle, in the past, in the present, and in the future. There is nothing achieved by the unification of our state that has not advanced and benefit women. The mother of the nation encouraging the mother of the nation is supporting and encouraging us, our rights and our progression as well. The UAE government specify one day each year for Emirati women, which is the 28th of August. The Mother of Nation launched the Emirati Women Days for the first time on 15th August 2015. And in 2017, the International Humanitarian Organization UN Women honored and privileged Sheikha Fatima for her great efforts toward gender equality and empowerment of women in the UAE. When it's come to me, I personally consider this day as a recognition and appreciation of Emirati women, and of course to encourage us to perform more exceptional achievements in both our professional and personal life. Actually, the purpose of this day is to highlight the tremendous contributions of Emirati women and their dedication, achievement, and strength that help to shape the present and future of my country, the UAE. I'm so proud to say that we have women who really inspire us on a daily basis. The UAE and its stand on women have played a huge role in forming the woman that I am today. As a mother, juggling raising my children and working on my career wasn't easy. And I have faced different type of challenges. But always I say that the optimistic sees the opportunities in challenges. There were times where I had to do all that while studying for my master's. But because of our government and our ruler support, I was able to feel empowered enough to rise above the challenges. I'm proud that I have achieved the highest rank at my job, completed 2 masters. I have masters in audit management and consultancy from Birmingham City University and master in international and civil security from Khalifa University in the UAE. And I am QIAL, Qualified Inter-Audit Leadership, CFE, Certified Fraud Examiner, and CRMA, Certified Risk Management Assurance, and trained URE locals audit activities. The UAE has empowered me as a woman to push me to be the best version of myself as a mother, as a friend, as an employee, and a member of society. One of my biggest achievements for my country was the idea of establishing a non-profit organization to serve the community as a way of appreciation to my country. And I did it, alhamdulillah, in cooperation with UAE and non-UAE brothers and sisters, and we called An-Nazaha Association. Being an Emirati woman, I am so proud also that UAE government is continuing to support us in all fields. The UAE ranks as a #1 region for female in leadership positions, according to a study that was conducted in more than 130 countries. There are actually thousands of Emirati women who are assigned to powerful positions and are really making a difference. As you know, we are a very young country. Yes, we are a very young country that has achieved a lot in a very short period of time. And this is because we have a great leadership of our rulers and government. Our rulers always emphasize that women empowerment and gender equality are the key elements to a successful society, and strongly believe that Emirati women are making significant contribution toward the UAE success and achievement in different dimension and different domain as well. When we look at people driving our nation forward, that half of 40 members of Federal National Council are women. This is really translated the gender equality concept, and this is not seen only in the council, but also on the other sectors. I want to emphasize that UAE sets policy in order to enhance the work environment by giving us equal opportunities and maintaining healthy work-life balance as well. The UAE decision makers fully understand that maintaining a healthy work-life balance becomes the most key role for Emirati professional women, and I am one of them. We are working in a healthy environment, and it's our role as a woman to allocate and manage our time appropriately. In addition to evaluating our professional and personal activities to ensure that adequate time should be available to meet our professionals and personal activities. Now, in the absence of a clear understanding of how to allocate time for work and family, many women find themselves carrying more workloads than others, and consequently, they cannot reach career and personal goals. It happened to me. But when I realized it, I worked on it until I obtained the work-life balance that I desire. And I understand that nothing is perfect. And if I need the perfection, I will not be happy at all. During my mission to maintain balance between work and family, I understood also that there will be times that I will have to let work or family take priority. It would be impossible to perfectly balance everything in my life at all. Last but not least, by making your personal relations a priority, your productivity and effectiveness of the job will actually increase and upgrade. Thank you, Musa. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for sharing your lovely advices and insight. I think the world is listening to you. There are global women, and they get a very good idea about women in UAE, the good things about the leadership, and good thing about you, how you feel, and how you connected with the society and delivering your value. So uh, I would request you to stay online. I'm going to join the other panelists who are going to discuss the work balance, stress management, and similar issues shortly. So please stay online.
Okay.
And let everyone join, and they will introduce themselves, and then I will ask the questions. Yes, Mihai, I can see you. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Mihane Sadiku. I come from Kosovo. I'm Albanian. Recently, since last 7 years, been living in Bodrum, Turkey. But before that, lived also in Dubai, in Afghanistan, worked in Afghanistan, and now I'm in Bodrum, changing after doing other businesses. Now I'm in real estate the last 5 years. And
that's great. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me personally, it has been a change every time, and trying to adapt and find new ways and incorporate yourself into different societies, learn a different language, find yourself. And also, I come from a war-torn country too. So our ideas and how you, when I lived in Kosovo in the 90s in difficult times, you don't really foresee all this that has happened to my life now, and to have lived this, and of course, certainly thinking about the work and balance between work and life and all this hasn't really ever entered my mind at the time, because frankly there were no jobs at all to begin with.
Oh, that's great. So
we move on,
I think,
times change, and now
yes.
I am.
Midani, we will discuss all in this 1 hour we have. Let me introduce you with everyone, then I'll come back to you. So I can see Asma Jan Muhammad has already joined us from Dubai. Asma, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. I hope all of you are doing well. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, and it's been 16 years in the industry doing financial planning and management with diverse industry sectors. Being a finance professional, yes, juggling between different balls, which is career, home, studies. It has been a 20 years journey, and I would like to share my story. Would you like me to go ahead with it, or you will introduce the
I mean, let me introduce you everyone, and then I will take your story shortly. So I can see Rebecca is already joined. Rebecca, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi there, good evening, good afternoon, good morning to everybody that's watching. My name is Rebecca. I am currently running a consultancy business at the moment in the financial sector for business development, project management, corporate networking events as well. And I'm also running my own charity catering company. So this is the managing of my lifestyle or work comes into play. Running 2 different businesses, it's not always easy, but it's always rewarding, so that makes it more worth it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to today and discussing.
That's great. That's a lovely introduction. This IT department is saying there is an echo. Can you check like if there is a YouTube open in your PC and some Facebook is open? If you can close down, this echo will finish. Yeah, I think it's fine now. And we have Stilana. She is with us. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Svetlana, and I'm an event organizer from the event industry, and I think I do events for at least 20 years in different countries, starting from Russia, Germany, UK, and international. So we perform events in Africa, in the Middle East, in Europe, in East Europe. So I have more background of logistic skills, I would say, and program.
That's great. And would you like to share, other than your professional achievements, would you like to introduce your thoughts about balanced work, about the topic for the day?
This is a question for whom? For me or
Yeah,
for everyone?
for you. You were speaking lastly, right?
Yeah, we had this discussion a few days ago with you when we met to discuss session.
I think everyone will agree it's very difficult to find any balance. You know, it doesn't matter when we were students, we couldn't find balance between life and study. Now we all are having our own business or running our own business, and we also cannot find balance, right? Especially if you have family. But even if you don't have family, it's still not an easy task, especially if you're an entrepreneur. I think every single person has their own understanding of balance as well, right? So for somebody, balance is to work 20 hours a day, and for somebody, balance is to work 8 hours a day. Again, it's a personal, comfortable feeling. If you feel that your family is happy, you're happy, I think you're doing well. That will be my explanation of balance. But if you feel overwhelmed, and I always say, job or your work doesn't bring you happiness anymore, it's time to change this job. You know, it's time to change the game. It means something wrong, or with your balance, or with your interests, or whatever. Yeah, that would be my feedback.
That's it. Actually, why I started this way is we know that there are ladies, there are female, there are women who don't have, they didn't born in a very rich families. Life was really difficult for them, and they had a struggle, and after this struggle they get to a position which where we recognize them as women leaders in their own particular fields. So it's really important to discuss for the listeners that how important, how you did it, how you manage it. So I will go to Asma Jan Mohammed to share her life story, which is really impressive, and then we will take her thoughts on the questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Berkeley and Musa Sheikh Global Women Foundation. I think this is an excellent initiative in which you are gathering amazing women around the world to speak on such topics of immense importance, so that they can share their experience and become an inspiration for all those around the world who are struggling to still aspire and achieve their objectives. I come from a conservative background, but then decision to undertake higher studies and continue as a professional was indeed a real struggle from the very beginning. But I do credit my mother and my sisters in my family who were the force behind, and who actually made me realize that there has to be some kind of an identity created for a woman to be able to survive and make her own name. Now, they always envisioned me as a high achiever. And as a matter of fact, I have seen them juggling many balls from the very beginning. My sisters, who pursued private tuitions to be able to support studies. Also, they were helping my mother in household tasks. Since my childhood, I have seen the day starting at the dawn with no afternoon breaks or rest, continuing until 10 p.m. at night. So this is something that I've seen from the very beginning. Now, despite seeing the lengthy struggle, I still took a decision to pursue further studies in the field of accountancy, and it was a 6-year-long journey. By the way, there were no female presidents in this profession, particularly of finance and accounting, in my immediate family. An interest-free community fund helped me to support my studies. And during the training for professional qualification, and obviously it was not easy. The ratio of female trainees was extremely low at that time. I'm talking about 20 years from now, 20 years back from now. There were work challenges in getting equal opportunities and exposure for females too. All this came in the form of firefighting between priorities on a daily basis at home, office, and for studies. Somehow the objective of arriving, at a certain objective and aim kept inspiring me, and I survived and achieved the chartered accountancy qualification with 2 gold medals. Now, coming to the question of why I decided to make a harsh choice. Definitely taking work and family together at the time when I was single, it was a difficult choice, but then going ahead when I got married, I again chose to continue my profession and career, and definitely it was a harsh choice for myself. From the time I qualified, I thought that I would continue my career no matter what. And this was a very strong statement that I made to myself. Believe me, nothing comes as an education or advisory support in this regard. A woman has to decide herself that she want to do something, and then she has to manage everything all by herself. By this, I mean emotional management, which comes what to prioritize, how to absorb stress, and then manage it. Running between office and work to make sure all what is needed is met, with no exceptions allowed. It was a huge task. I had been working in the industry for 16 years now with a full-time job, and I do credit myself in carrying this resolution and determination so far, besides having 2 kids. Now, the question of, is the balance between work and life achievable? Is that a measure for success? I would say balance cannot be created. We must aim for an integration between work and life, because that is a possibility. But the more we aim for perfection, the more we aim for balance, definitely it becomes difficult and difficult. Achieving work-life integration or balance is a measure for success. Again, it depends on personal narrative, how one measures their success. But there are certain issues when we come to define success, and then when we sit down and define measurement for success. We see that only women are patronized to be achieving work-life balance or integration, and not men. Now, this is a bit sad and unfortunate part of it. I think a lot is assumed to be delivered by women on the household front, even when they decide to work outside. So that is one reason we always find balance between work and life going for women only, and women only coming forward and justifying it. Expectations never get an adjustment. In fact, they get doubled once women come forward and say, okay, we want to work as well. Now, such perfect expectations, in my opinion, do not remain human. What comes first, work or life? I would say it depends on the situation. At times, work comes first, and at times, of course, family is the priority. Quite dynamic in nature, and it changes on a daily basis. If there are deliverables to be given at the office, definitely the person who's working in the office has to focus on that. But if there is somebody not well in the family, a woman has to make sure that she is present at home and attending. Now, yes, there is one thing which is definitely for sure neglected, and that is women themselves. So in all this exercise of balancing or integrating or satisfying or meeting expectations, women do neglect themselves and their health to a larger bit. How to achieve this balance? I would just try to share some of my experiences. Since many years, I've eliminated my TV time completely. I have, to some extent, discounted my sleeping hours as well, so that I make sure that I have some me time besides attending to household things and as well as the work-related tasks at office. The use of social media, which is a big time eater, definitely goes a big filtration. And then later on, in later years, there was some realization too that we need to look after our health first. So I have taken up some exercise as a routine as well. Now, there is one more thing I would like to share, which is kitchen time. So I have actually limited my kitchen time practically, and I've adopted a scientific method of determining the required cooking time by relating it with the amount of time we spend on the dining table eating that food. So I don't really spend a lot of time in the kitchen, and we can actually bring a lot of process improvement in the kitchen if we desire so. Another very important point is to be able to filter. A lot of positivity comes from the people around us, and we have to make sure we are exposed to relationships which are valuable and they are bringing positivity in our lives. I think it takes an age to reach a stage where you face a question: who are you outside work? And outside work and outside your family. So as a person, you sit down and you tend to realize that you have really missed a lot on this personal front. So I would suggest a few things should be done, which is like taking care of health, and it should be a priority without compromise. And there should be some savings, to take care of personal needs and hobbies. And there should be some hobbies which should be pursued, in the long run, which actually gives you some kind of a breather whenever there are situations which are not so good. So, yeah, this was my experience so far.
That's a lovely input, and we will continue the same with other questions as well. I have some questions which I want to ask also. So let me move to Mihani. Mihani, what is your take on work and balance, work and life balance?
I don't think everyone tries to struggle and find this balance. I just don't want to think about it too much, because then if I think about too much, then I'll be too much working, or I'll be neglecting the work, or something will always fall behind. I feel like every time something falls behind. With me, I've been working, then there's been a period of time when I didn't work. I've concentrated on motherhood, and that has been the downtime for me. And now last few years have been very busy, and I can just concentrate on the work. But it does help if you have help around you, that's for sure. And then it eliminates the little things that you don't have to concentrate on them. So that for me has been really great, and I've been enjoying that. So I don't have to think about things like that. So it's mostly work and family. That's the one that has to kind of work. And most of the work actually is done from home as well. So it's not really, for me, it's not, there's not a big struggle anymore. Before, what we used to do, especially like with our work was mostly abroad and this and then, I had to be the one that was at home all the time to provide the care and the nurturing and all this. So I couldn't even think of being outside of this environment. But now, with the passage of time and with my son is being older, and with possibility of working from home and actually achieving so much more from home, I don't really feel that there's anything. The balance is kind of working. Maybe in the chaotic order, maybe not in the way that, I think that it should be like it should be like this or this, but no, it's just working. I think it just depends on everyone, and also what you want to achieve as well, and what kind of success do you want to have, or how much do you want to put yourself behind your business or your work that you do. I definitely think for me the family it does take more of a priority most of the time.
That's great. That's great.
But
See,
the phone is always
I observed the new generation. They are not inclined towards marriage, and secondly, they are not inclined towards for having kids as well. So, how a Kosovian girl think? In general, what is their dreams, what's their appreciation, because it's a good opportunity to talk about you and your culture.
Well, I'm sure, because I wouldn't be much in touch with what they are thinking, and but from what I see, of course, everybody wants more. Everybody wants to achieve more. Everybody wants to have their dreams and lives fulfilled first, and then the marriage and the other things can come after that. Of course, that's not that doesn't apply to everyone. I'm sure there are different ideas of what what people want, women especially in Kosovo want to achieve. But I definitely would say that in my circle, or the people I know, that they really want to achieve a lot more in life before settling down or actually having a family life, because I don't think anyone wants to really settle down.
Yeah, that's a quite nice and traditional approach. In our culture also, we say that first you study and then talk about the marriage. That's how it works, and it's really useful. So let's move to Naima.
I think it's more than that. I think everybody is wants to travel more, see more.
Oh, okay, that's great. That's great. So let's move towards Naima. Naima, what steps are
Yes.
required to create a balance in the life?
Sorry again. Can you ask again?
What
Hello.
steps are required? What steps are required to have a work balance between work and life?
Okay. I know people are constantly pushed to work faster to handle the increasing workload. But please do not be discouraged. However, there are a little steps that can be taken to keep your life on the right track. Now, I will talk from my
Hmm.
experience because I'm auditor. This is my work. So, what I did 2 steps. The first step is manage your time and specify your priorities. The second one is set specific goals and plan for them. So now, with regard to the first step, which is manage your time and specify your priorities, which means that you need to analyze your current situation, which is the starting point to achieve a work-life balance. Keep a database of everything you do for 2 weeks, like what I did, including work-related and personal activities. This data will help you to understand how you are utilizing your time and where you are losing it. Now, after collecting the data, spend more time to specify what is the most important to you and what is the least important for you, and make a list of your priorities at work and at home as well. Then ask yourself some questions like, what do I need to start doing? What do I need to stop doing? What do I need to continue doing? What do I need to do more or less or do it differently? And I know both work and family are important. So you need to make mindful selection as to how you balance your time and commitment. This is the first step. Now, the second step, take your list of priorities, which is outcomes from the step number one, and try to turn them into smart goals. And have one date planner, whether paper or electronic, doesn't matter. So this planner or planner is a way to translate your priorities and goals into reality. What I did, I set around 15 minutes at the beginning of each day, as I did, to plan my tasks and activities for the day and evening ahead. You need to set also realistic boundaries. For example, set aside a time at home during which you will not check or respond to work-related emails or voice emails, for example, which mean take time for you and leave work at work. Try to communicate your work-life boundaries with your manager. This is what I did. For example, tell them that you have a family commitment today and you will not answer work-related emails after this time. Likewise, let your family know if you work online that this is the ground rules and do not disturb me unless something needs me heavily involvement in this certain period. If you allow me also to give you scenarios to approach the picture. Let us say
Sure, go
that
ahead.
you have, yes, let us say that you have always been passionate about becoming a successful and professional employee. At the same time, you feel like you need to have kids someday. Now, think, if you reaching a certain point in your career feels more critical to you than starting a family, and I advise you, consider waiting until you have settled into a job you love before having a kids. Another scenario, if you are, for example, married, like me, should you and your spouse both work? And you have to ask yourself such questions. How many children can we take care of? if you are both working? Are there any other family members that you can rely on to shoulder the load? I mean, to maintain a secure and a good support system for your kids. To summarize about the steps: getting your priorities in order, making strategy decision ahead of time, and making efficient use of your time. Thank you, Musa.
Oh, that's great. I think your suggestions are really, really practical. And I think not only women, men also get a lot of value out of it. I mean, I can feel the way work from home, schedulizing, and this will be a tremendous tool. So, thank you very much for sharing such a nice thoughts. And let's move to Rebecca. Rebecca, can you please share your thoughts? You are still single, right? So, as a single person, what you balance? Like, what you need to balance being a single person? You don't because I saw that when you are married, you have kids. Kids are squeezing you. Office is squeezing you. Husband is having its own argument. So life need a balance, right? So for an individual, what are your balance set? Like, what are your challenges as a youth? And why deliberately we put you as a youth? So youth can also get a value from your discussion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think being in the younger generation, and being single, it's important to just know what your goals are. And once you're able to really identify what it is that you want to achieve in life, that helps you to start to sort of plan and, create that balance that you need. Because I think the most important thing is your health and, being full of energy and being able to do, everything that is necessary. And I think that it's difficult sometimes if you are completely focused on work and you don't leave any room for, just your personal life. And then vice versa. Sometimes you're way too focused on your personal life, which means that you can fall off the mark. I think with the younger generation, there's a lot more distractions that can come into play. And that's why being focused is very important. So for me, I mean, I'm managing two different businesses at the same time and in very different industries. One is in the food industry and the other is in finance. And I just utilize every part that I can, really. I once had a public speaker coach, and he once told me that it's very important to always have a 0.5 job. So what I mean by that is you have your 9 to 5, your day job that you do, and it's always important to have that extra 0.5 job, which is something that you enjoy, something that's your passion and something that drives you. When you're able to have that, it keeps you focused when you're also not working. So for me, this is where my food business originated from. I used to cook a lot, host a lot for my friends and family. And, I've always had the aspiration to have my restaurant one day. So I turned that into the business. I got focused on that. And, the great thing is that both of them fund each other. But once I was able to really just enjoy that part, it made managing work a lot easier because I was always in a happy mood, So, yeah, I just think that it's important to just recognize what your goals are, as I said, and then just make sure that you have that time for yourself. Because if you are overworked, it's going to be difficult to be focused. I think the good thing is that, work and companies nowadays are allowing for this structure. And I think this applies to both men and women. It's not really just a matter for women in this case. The fact that you do have the options to work from home definitely helps, just having that one day that you can be in your comfortable environment and work. So personally, I work from home mostly, and then most of the other time I'm out on meetings. And that really does help me. Sometimes it is nice to be in an office environment, but having that option to work from home does help you to be able to take care of some other matters that you have at home as well. So yeah, I think being a youth, being in the youth category, as you mentioned, you can be faced with a number of distractions. And I think that it's also a lot easier for us because if you think about it, we've had education growing up, or the majority of us have had the opportunity to have that. And if you think about it, from a very early age, we've all been managing our lives. And at the time, it was the education. So, you know, going to university, going to school, we were all having to manage that at some point, and we learned that from a very early age. And as long as you are consistent with, you know, that transition from education into then working and not really taking too much time off before getting into that, I think that it's quite a smooth transition and you just keep going at the end of the day. I'm, as a single person, I don't have to necessarily worry about, you know, a family and, you know, children and so on, but I do have to worry about myself and making sure that I'm well fed and making sure that, you know, I'm staying fit and active. So alongside with my 0.5 job, I'm a massive sports person. I'm very enthusiastic about basketball and football and going to the gym. This is what drives me and gives me the energy to keep going, actually. You'd think it would take away the energy, but that's sort of what drives me. And I'm very, what's the word? I'm very passionate about it. And if I was to not able to include that into my life, I'd be very miserable if I wasn't able to, if it's just going to work, coming home, going to work, coming home, and I couldn't be active. I couldn't be part of another team. I've got my work team, but it's always nice to be part of a sports team. And, you know, I play in a competitive league. That helps me. So I would recommend that, you know, if there's something that you're passionate about or you have a hobby, make time for that. And you'll be surprised how much more positive you can be. And it's not such a negative view when you think about having to go to work. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
That's great. That's great. Let's go to Stilana and ask that how she manage her work stress, how your stress management works personally. Oh, your mic is mute. Your mic is mute. Yeah, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Yeah,
Yes?
please go, please. Yes,
Can you
yes,
hear?
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Now it should be right. Yes,
Yes,
Musa?
yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. I was listening to Rebecca and I was smiling a little bit because before children, I had the same opinion as Rebecca. And I was also doing some dance courses and doing a lot of sport, running, some, like, if I give you the list, it probably will be massive one. But, you know, children change a lot of things. And I know the topic of this session is incredible because how to keep that balance about family and work. And at the same time, I can understand the point about developing countries where family comes first. If we speak about Europe, I think sometimes this question would be not even kind of understood because we do speak about it in Germany or in UK, but it's kind of set up already, right? So probably families do not have too high expectation that mother has to come home, cook, clean, take care, do homework and all that things because jobs are pretty much shared. And that's what we discussed as well, Musa, with you last time, because the family support, the husband support is incredible, right? When in developing countries, it's not always the case, unfortunately, right? Because we have high expectation what women should do. I have a lot of friends in developing countries that are working and have kids, but their rule in the family is when I come home in the evening, you should be with me, you know, and not do your work or sport or dance or meeting friends or whatever. So, and I think I don't have a clear answer, but what I found living in different countries, in developing countries as well, we need to start with education of our children and our boys and our husbands, our brothers, our fathers, right? As soon as they understand that we should not manage all jobs and they have support us, it will be easier generation to generation. And I can tell you this for sure because my grandma was one of that case that tried to manage all possible jobs. And my mother already didn't do this, right? So if she had to work until late, my dad knew he had to take care about us. And if I take my husband now, he was telling me that when he was a child, they had a task every weekend to clean the house, he and his brother. So when I now do some cleaning at home, he says, oh, it's my task because it was my task when I was a young boy. And this is, it's hilarious from one hand, but it's incredible support in a small thing. So what I'm saying with this point, balance is important. When you have support, it doesn't matter where the support coming from your parents, from your husband, from your children, but don't do everything alone. And yeah, that probably will be my main message about balance, because when you do it alone, it's impossible to balance it. Trust me. It's just, when I try to do everything, I'm just falling apart. I'm getting frustrated, nervous, angry, and it's not good. But for developing countries, again, just to repeat what I'm saying, it's not easy to change the culture, which was built centuries, right? And there are good things in that culture. So, I did miss in Europe, being in Germany, that family quality time when family come in first, not the work. Trust me, a totally different setup, and kids have totally different quality time with their mom than they had in UK or in Germany, right? Because mom is always for them there. There is a long discussion, is it good or bad? But kids always have security that mom is there. But to support women, we need to educate men. And I'm really, really clear with that. And I will not change my message. Enough to educate women about their rights, about their freedom, about their balance. We know that we need a balance, and we know that we cannot handle everything. And we know that we have ambitions and want career. The only issue what we have is sometimes men do not allow us or do not support us. Yeah, depend on the country and depend. So once we can change that, I think things will get easier.
Yeah, you are absolutely right, and that's what is actually the main objective of this conference, to influence the policy maker, which are majorly are men. So, like we are giving them insight about free education, free health, free support, incubation center, startup support. So let the woman exercise her rights to marry, to study, and access to the healthcare. And you are right that a man need to be groomed for it, because woman is already ready to come out. Even they are already out in their personal capacity, striving hard. Life is difficult, especially in developing country when there is a male dominance, harassment, work harassment, street harassment. There are some developing country you will not imagine. When you go on a road, people whistling you, people give you comments, unnecessary comments. Till the time you reach your office, you are already mentally, physically, and motivation wise totally collapsed. So such a difficult situation, girls are trying to do their role. That is really amazing. So let's go to Asma Jan Mohammed and see. Asma, we are discussing that how you manage the stress. So I will add certain more things which is actually demanded from the audience that I should ask. So in developing countries, we have a stress of father-in-law, mother-in-law. We have a stress of neighborhood. We have a stress of husband. I'm not talking you as a person. I'm talking about in general, that you may not have a husband stress, but there are ton of women. I feel either they are not understanding them, they are not giving them extra support, either they are not helping domestically. They are just like king, and they just want you women to do everything, and they don't want to do anything. So please go ahead with all these thoughts. Or your mic.
Yeah, stress management, so far what I have understood, has just one basic rule. Learn to say no to unreasonable request. This is the only rule that this is the only rule that everybody should follow. And in order to follow this rule, you should be able to understand what is reasonable and what is not reasonable. In order to reach that stage where you can classify something as unreasonable, you need to be very clear in your own thoughts, in your own objectives. You need to be able to value yourself. Women in our part of the world, what I have seen, they undervalue themselves. They take a lot of stress themselves by doing everything and assuming all responsibilities themselves. We must be able to learn that if we are stepping our foot out of the house for work, we as humans will not be able to 100% at home. So you need to actually acknowledge and accept this fact, and then only you will be able to tell somebody else about it. So first is the correction, to stand corrected ourselves that what is humanly possible from our side. What we do normally is we try to, first we undervalue ourselves, then we overassume responsibilities, and at the end we take an assumption of over expectations from other side as well. So there are, consecutively 3 lapses that are from our side, which makes the system, which makes the entire process complicated in the first instance. Once a woman is able to actually, rectify this process, then only she will be able to tell somebody else in the family what is desired and what is reasonable. Something is unreasonable, one should be able to step up and say no. Now, it can be anybody in front, it can be a spouse, it can be in-laws, it can be other family members, it can be a neighbor. As we see in our country back, even neighbors can come and interfere in lives. So this is one basic and the most important factor. Once we are able to figure out what is unreasonable, the rest of the management is just about analyzing, prioritizing, and then just executing. So that's my take on it.
That's great. But imagine like there is a fast growing female who is married with 2 small kids and she has dreams. She want to do a lot, but the husband is not supportive and even has become an obstacle in everyday fight in the home and too much criticism. So in that scenario, what you suggest, how she is gonna, because developing countries has such kind of issues. We also listen these stories. So what's your take on it?
There is one solution. I don't know how practical it is, but I strongly believe that if discussions are happening around this topic, definitely solutions can be implemented as well. And one of the solutions is basically to have counselors at different levels of marriages, before marriage, after the marriage, few years later after the marriage, in order to revisit where the things are standing. Because having a toxic life and having fights at home, it naturally has a bad impact on the person who's undertaking it and on the surroundings as well. So there is absolutely no point in dragging a situation which eventually is going to worse and worse every day. So I think counselors can play a vital role, and those counselors should not be just volunteers. I mean, there should be a system in place. It has to be at the state level, in which the mental health of the people, both husband and wife, needs to be checked at certain stages, whereby one can determine whether there are healthy things inside the family going on or not. So this is one solution I see, but definitely implementation will take a while. We tend to give our attention, a lot of attention, to bad examples around us, but there are good examples as well around us, in which there are men who are very supportive, who have daughters, who push them for higher studies, who actually tell them to go for professional careers, and they are quite supportive and wholeheartedly helping all the way through. Those examples should be highlighted, brought forward, talked about, and there should be more discussion on it as to how this is being done. How if there is a stressed situation, how that can be managed, that can be solved. So I think we need to have some kind of a structural process which facilitates these kind of, and discussions about good things, about people who support, about people who believe in
There
work
might
life.
be only 5 to 7%. You are talking about 5 to 7 people who are really supportive. I mean, just yesterday I was sitting with a chartered accountant who is from Pakistan, and we were talking about his marriage, and there was a proposal we're discussing. So everything sounded amazing. At the end of the discussion, he said that because girl is a doctor, so I told him that their parents and herself also want to carry her job and her career. So I said, no, 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 no. This is we cannot accept. She is a woman, and in our culture, not allowed. And so, what is this chartered accountancy? What is living in a advanced country? I'm really upset with such kind of mindsets.
I have a small suggestion to actually, there was one question that you asked in the earlier panel, that if an opportunity is given to become the prime minister or assume power, what a woman would like to do. I have a small suggestion, although I'm not sure that after listening to that suggestion, all the men are going to vote for run for elections, but I would really like to put it forward. I think a lot of work which is assumed on the side of women, which she does after marriage in terms of household tasks, is unpaid. So that to be monetized and written and paid in the form of some kind of a money every month in her bank account, which serves as a security for her, so that at a later stage, any time in life comes only once. So at any point of time, if she realizes she need to come forward, she need to work, she need to pursue her hobbies, or she need to actually go and if she has some dreams, she want to achieve those dreams. She can be financially empowered to take those decisions, and I think this action is going to actually have an effect on the other side as well. Some kind of value addition will be realized, and this is really going to actually give an impact on the other person to value that there are some services which, other than the wife, is not
unpaid.
going.
Hmm.
So that is what
I think yes, you are right. I absolutely right. As a man, I agree, and there should be a legislation. And I think, being from cultural and religious point of view, also there is a mandatory stuff. I mean, people don't follow it, but there is in religion that's like that. That wife should get her share on monthly basis. So I will move to Naima. Naima, we are almost in the end. We have left with 10 minutes. All of you, please, panelists, you are really doing an amazing value input, but we are having short of time. So we will take the closing remarks. What are your suggestions for your upcoming women or women who is into business? What is your suggestion to them, how they should manage their work balance, life, stress management, and lifestyle?
Thank you, Musa, for these questions. I want to say to all women, accept that imbalance is sometimes unavoidable, but there will be always challenges and golden opportunities that we have to utilize accordingly. The most important thing is that you don't allow imbalance to become the norm or rules in your life. What I mean allow imbalance to be a rare exception. Balancing work and life is not easy, because it's not easy. I know there's always no one-size-fits-all approach. Every woman must find specific solution to her issues depend on her own preferences and needs. And also I want to share with all women a tool called the Wellness Wheel. WELLNESS, Wellness Wheel. The tool is helpful for understanding how to create more balance in different areas of your life. Whenever you feel that you need to hit the rest button in your life, this tool will help you figure out and how you can do that. In this tool, there are different areas represent your life, like home, health, career, relationship, recreation, and so on. You need to rank your level of satisfaction in each area. Then after identifying and ranking the area, commit yourself to work on them and make it happen. I prefer to take only 3 areas to work on. And what I mean that I will use Wellness Wheel and I will focus in the career, home, and health to avoid overwhelming myself. And always I revisit the tool every 2 or 3 months in case other areas need attention. And I will repeat again that your first priority must be your family. Thank you so much, Mr.
Oh, Naima, it's really nice, and you have a very strong approach on life and a very managerial handling. I can say it's a blend of both. I actually want to have another session with more detailed stuff. There are a lot of questions which we have, but unfortunately, time is not permitting. So we will definitely take this continued in the next sessions. So let me go to the next participant for the closing remarks. Let me pick Mihana. So can you please wrap up the sessions in your thoughts?
Well, what I want to say, it's not just about the younger generation, but anyone, that, especially women, that they feel that they want to do something different, or they're starting up, or they want to change their life or career or anything, to just go for it, do it. And if you need to prioritize and you just need to shift the priorities, maybe change some priorities, and then just go for what you want to do. Life and the balance will find itself. When you are happy, when you are doing what you want, everything surely in the end falls into place. And that's what I found for myself. And I think it should, maybe it can help someone else. But if you want to do something, just do it. There shouldn't be too much thought of how things should, with the balance, how things would work with family or life or everything else. It will work in the end, I believe.
You're absolutely right. Whatever we think we should do, otherwise we should not die with the regrets. That's what I always believe.
I also think that we live in such times now, different to before, when one career, one path, one choice was it. But now we have so many choices, and you can switch from one place to another, from one job to another, and retrain yourself, go back to university or take another course and do something else, and you can really do and achieve anything you want.
That's great, amazing. Thank you very much for your lovely comments. Let me go to Rabika and take her full of energy closing comments for the day. Yes, Rabika. Your mic seems mute. Can you speak? Your mic is mute. Yeah, no, it's fine.
There we go. Yeah, so I definitely agree with a lot of what Maheni was saying. For me, I just think it's a case of prioritizing yourself always. And it's okay for there to be an imbalance at times. And that happens in life in general. So, sometimes work can be heavy and sometimes it's pretty light. And we just have to be sort of appreciative of the time that we do have when we're at work. One thing that I think is a really good rule to have, and I think it was mentioned a little bit earlier as well, is when you're at work, you're at work. When you're home, you are home. When you're out and about, when you are not in a work environment, you need to know how to say no. You need to know how to not look. But I think the difficult thing is the enhancement of technology that we have today. The fact that we have our emails on our phones. It means that we can actually access this straight away. If we were not in the office, we would not see that email until we're in the office. But now we can see it on our phones. We just think to ourselves, oh, it won't hurt to just have a quick look. And then before you know it, we're responding to the email and it's on the weekend or it's late in the evening. A lot of people are working till crazy hours now, and I think it's important to know when to stop. Obviously, as a single person, I don't have this issue, but for those who are married and that have children and so on, it's very important to know that you do have your family that are here and you need to make yourself available and provide that time. I know I was extremely lucky in my household growing up. My mom is still is somebody that is working a lot. She's very passionate about what she does, but you know what? She always had time for us as children, and we had such great family dinners and discussions, and it was very good to be able to see this and be motivated by it. And then I would also say, in terms of stress, it's important to have some mechanisms to be able to cope with this. One of them, like I said, it's always important to have a hobby or an interest, something that you can de-stress yourselves with and actually gain some happiness in the process. But also, if you have those parts where things are imbalanced, and the workload is quite high and you're trying to manage the two, I have 3 rules for managing my stress. Especially when it comes to the fact that I have things to do at home and I also have things to do at work. I write everything down, because when you think about it all in your head, you never really get started with anything. You just keep thinking, I need to do this, I need to do that, but you don't actually do it. So the key is to write everything down. You can separate it into what you have to do for work, a to-do list, and what you have to do when you come home or on the weekend and so on. Once you do that, you're transferring that energy and that stress from your mind onto the paper, and you'll be surprised how much relief you get straight away from that. Secondly, it's a case of being organized and prioritize. And I think Asma said it earlier about learning to say no to unreasonable requests. It's really important when you're prioritizing to know whether that's something that you should be doing yourself, or is this somebody else's, is this something that somebody else can do? I'm guilty of always saying yes. So when it comes to that area, I know a lot about it being very stressful because I say yes to everything. And then when I'm in the moment, I'm stressed. And who's here to help me? Who's here to support me? Nobody but myself, right? So you have to start learning to say no to certain things, not because you want to be horrible, but sometimes you just have to prioritize what you need to do. Once you've got that all in a nice order, you can start ticking it off. And it feels very nice to put a tick next to something when you've completed it. So that keeps you having positive energy as well. And then the third rule is simply just do it. I don't know if you've heard of the famous American football coach, Art Williams, and he actually inspired the slogan for Nike, which is just do it. And he said, it doesn't matter. You can give all the excuses in the world. You can say, as soon as I get to the top of that hill, I'm going to be able to run really fast. Okay, great, just do it. Just do it. Because if you dwell on it for too long, we procrastinate. So I think with that being said, it will definitely help managing your stress, help to manage your social life. Really do make time for other people in your life and your friends. It's important to have those people that want to support you and be there for you. And just make sure that you look after yourself in that process. I think that's probably how I would round up my main points.
That's great. Thank you very much. Let's move to Stalana and take her final thoughts about the day and the session.
Yeah, it's it's very interesting. I listen all of you, and I was smiling because everyone has advice. And you know what? I don't have advice because I didn't find balance in my life. And what I want to say to all women, it's normal. It's absolutely normal because I keep comparing myself to other women. It doesn't matter in which country I live. I said, oh, she's doing much better than me. She's more successful in career or at work or with her children. We constantly compare us to moms that do not work and say how lucky they are. And then that mom comes and compares to us and say how lucky they are to work. So that's what I'm trying to say, and the same, it's related to countries. Women from developing countries saying, oh, how lucky women in developed countries, they can go to work, they can do career. And we sometimes, and myself saying, oh, how lucky they are. They can spend their time with kids and husband and just cook and go to the forest, sing and enjoy themselves. There is no answer on this question. And that's what I want to say. Just enjoy your life. If you want to say no to your career and become a mom, just become a mom. If you want to, become a new Bill Gates, just become a Bill Gates. Just be happy. And it's normal. And, to be mom, it's also career. To be general manager, it is career. There is no, you cannot explain what career is. So from my side, I wish everyone a good evening and say, do not be guilty. We're all in the same boat, and I'm sure we will do well and we'll come to the right, to the right pitch or direction.
This is the most amazing ending of any panel I can see from your side. Thank you very much. Let's move to Asma and take the closing remarks.
Well, my closing remarks are again directed towards women only. We need to further understand what can be from our side and then compare it what is expected given all the differences that come through cultures and social values and civilizations and our education and learnings. Our social conditioning definitely plays a bigger part. But again, this is our social conditioning only, which gives us a rationality to decide what we want to pursue. And as the earlier panelist said, yes, whatever one decides, whether it is a career, whether it is a career as well as a family together, one needs to be happy and contented about what one has decided. So again, clarity of thoughts with women themselves. If they understand their true value, only then they will be able to communicate that value to others, and then things definitely will become easier. So I think women has still a lot to be done themselves in terms of deciding, in terms of prioritizing and then deciding what they really want to do and how they want to see themselves be valued by others. So I think that's
great. I think this is a lovely comment, and there are so many questions which are still to ask, and I really want to ask these questions. So what is the most appropriate way is to take you another panel in next event, and let's address these. And Asma, I am really obliged that you are not feeling well and you managed to come online and share your thoughts. This is really amazing. And I'm really thankful to all of you who really took out your time. I'm sure it's not easy to take out the time and share the value with the society and with the women. I'm really, really obliged, and I'm looking forward to see you in my next events. And as this COVID restrictions, everything will finish, we will do some onshore physical events where we can meet each other and interact more and more in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So with this, we will move towards another section we have a very beautiful speaker. She is a robotic. She is from an industry which is growing robotics in the medical sciences, where we have robotic surgeries, robotic machines. So, Dr. Ruchi Dana is a medical robotic surgeon. She's an entrepreneur, and she got the Forbes Power Businesswoman Award and Next Generation Leader 2017 and 2019. We are very much honored to have you on board. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musa. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
That's good. So, Doctor, would you like to introduce yourself? I give you just a formal introduction, but people would like to know about your robotics and what's new about it, and of course for you, and what is your success story, how you develop yourselves in a business leader. Please go ahead.
Sure, thank you so much. So, I'm Dr. Ruchi Dana. I'm a medical doctor and a Stanford MBA. So, I was born and raised in the Middle East. I was born in Libya. And then, when the Libyan sanctions happened, our family moved to Dubai. So, I did part of my schooling from Libya, part of it from Dubai. And for my medical college, I went to India. And then during my medical college days, I was working a lot on low-cost medical devices. I was really fond of innovating and working on new devices on my own. I was the first student of my university to get travel grants to go abroad and present papers, publish papers. I was really excited because it's usually the professors who get these grants to go abroad and present papers. And I really wanted to commercialize these devices. But what happened was that when I came back to India and I wanted to start my own company, I realized there was not enough people to support and guide. And that was back in 2007 and 2008. So even the startup ecosystem in India hadn't developed very well, especially in medical colleges. Even the best of professors didn't really understand the language of business. So it's a very high risk thing to actually leave the clinical profession and go and start a company and become an entrepreneur. So I decided to go for an MBA. I applied to various business schools. I got through into almost all of them. I got a full scholarship from MIT. But when the Stanford results came, I immediately chose Stanford, mainly because of the focus on entrepreneurship. And also Stanford has a Stanford biodesign program. So what happens there is that it's at the intersection of various disciplines. So you have doctors, engineers, lawyers, PhD students, MBA students, everybody comes together to solve for unmet clinical needs. So that was really exciting. So one of the best things about this program is that the kind of solutions that come out of it are really affordable. And they are applicable to the majority of the developing countries as well. So my team actually won the NIH grant from the US government. I led a trip to China and we worked on a lot of unmet clinical needs. And we worked on some ENT instruments as well. So that was really exciting. And since then, I've been involved in medical devices all through my life. I'm currently working on a low-cost robotic surgery platform. It's for it's developing intelligent, agile, and affordable robots, mainly for the knee replacement surgeries, which is a very common surgery these days, and shoulder replacement surgeries, hip replacement surgeries. I would definitely love to talk about it, but I think today's topic is much more relevant for women. And I would like to, and since it's the month of October, I would like to focus a little bit more on women's health and how it's so important to focus on your own health. Recently, I was going through a documentary by BBC which said that around 17,000 women die each year in Pakistan because of breast cancer. And the real results is maybe more than 40,000. It's just in the documentary, the reported figure was 17,000. So if you go down to the deep cause of this death of women by breast cancer in Pakistan or in India or in the developing countries, one of the main reasons for this is it's almost like a taboo subject to talk about breast cancer and talk about these things, especially if it's a young female and she feels a lump in her breast. It's very difficult for her to convey the message to her family. And because it's not a very open culture, and they find it very, very difficult to think about even speaking to their immediate family members about this. And once the family members come to know, maybe the mother comes to know, she hides it further from the other family members. So it's a very, very difficult situation in which these women find themselves in. And what happens is the more delay they come across in terms of going to get medical help, the more advanced the cancer becomes. So what happens is almost maybe more than 80% of the cases are just ignored, and they reach like a late stage, and that's what causes like a lot of burden on the healthcare system. So a lot of grief to the families, a lot of hardship to the families as well. But it's all about like the culture, about how you make the culture much more open, and how you make the people much more aware about their own health. So in this month of October, I'm actually supporting one NGO which is actually doing breast cancer screening in the remotest villages of India. And how they're able to do it is because of a new advancement in technology. They're using AI to actually screen the woman in the villages itself. Because what happens is, like, once a woman comes to feel a lump and she wants to go for a mammography, what happens is, like, she would usually, like, she would have to leave her kids behind and go to the city and get a mammogram done, and there's a huge waiting line, and she might have to stay in a hotel, and all of these things are problems that people come across. And especially in villages, it's really difficult to leave your kids behind, your entire family behind, and go to the city for an entire day or couple of days and all of that. So what this startup is doing, I'll just share my screen and go through the, I think you can see the screen. So that's the kind of papers and all that I worked on, the Stanford Biodesign program, how I went to China for the trip, and then I've got some good recognition and all. But I like to focus mainly on how frugal innovation is so important. Because, like, if you can talk about all of the advancements in technology, like robotics, AI, and all of that, but like, if it's not for the benefit of the developing world, or if it's not for the benefit of the people on the ground, then what's it of use, right? Like, you can just play with these things in the lab, but like, if it's not for use for the entire, like, customers, like your patients or the doctors in the villages and all that, it's really of not much use. So this particular company is basically using AI for detection of breast cancer at a very low cost. How do they do it? They're using a normal laptop, and they have a camera. It's a thermal mammogram, with the help of which, like, they can set up these like mobile units even in the mobile vans that go to the villages, or they can set it up in a small room in a village and just put the curtains and all, and it's a very private scenario. So, like, people feel comfortable in getting their checkups done. And with the help of this, you can actually screen women in the villages themselves. So you don't need the woman to go to the city and get their checkup done and leave their kids behind. And then, like, there's also a lot of taboo about this subject. So I think these are the kind of innovations that we should all support. This is a very low cost solution. Similarly, there are many other low cost solutions like this, which can actually help in like changing the entire scenario of how like healthcare happens in these countries. Because, like, if you talk about developing countries, you can talk about like the best of solutions, but if they're not able to reach to the end population, then it doesn't really make sense of like doing this entire work in a clinic. Because what happens is, like, there was a recent study about how Google was using AI to actually diagnose diabetic retinopathy and all, and it was working perfectly. But when it came to a clinical situation, it didn't really work, because, like, the situation in the clinics is completely different than what happens in the lab. Because in the lab, you're working with perfect pictures, perfect images and all of that, and you can really do something. But if when you come to the clinics and you rely on like the nurses or like the compounders and all to take the images would never be the best of quality, right? So the AI would fail in such situations. So it's really important for us to understand the scenario. And also, if there are some audience like who come from corporates and all, it's really important for corporates and governments to support such projects. Because, like, even if we have like young entrepreneurs who want to solve this situation, it's really important for those young entrepreneurs to cooperate with the corporations or the government or hospitals and all to make their startups a success. Because, like, you can dream about things and dream about solutions, but if it's not being like replicated in the real world scenario, then these things don't really actually work. Because, like, the clinical way how these images work is completely different than what happens in the lab. So I'd request like all the corporates that are there looking at this slide, please try to understand that it's like there's so many dreams that these young entrepreneurs have, when it's really important to have like them pilot in the corporates, have pilot projects with the hospitals, with the governments for maybe 3 months, 6 months, something like that. But like that would actually bring about a lot of change in the entire ecosystem, not just in the startups ecosystem, but even in the healthcare ecosystem. Because like if you ignore such diseases like breast cancer, and if you wait for it for the last stage, like stage 3 and stage 4, then it becomes a huge burden on the families, on the hospitals, on the entire economy as well. So it's really important to try to support such young and frugal innovations. So this is a slide on frugal innovation. So if you talk about like the best of solutions that actually work in these villages or the rural areas of the developing countries, they are the solutions that focus on one core problem. You don't have to have like so many solutions for so many things. You just have to focus on one small little problem and work on a solution for that problem, because it's really important to focus on that unmet clinical need which is there, and that's how you'll actually get the customers, get people to use it, get the right kind of adoption as well. So with that, I'd like to end this presentation that learning never exhausts the mind. If you put your mind to something, and then there's nothing that can actually stop you. I was listening to the previous panel about like productivity and time management. I think like there were some very good skills that were shared there. I would ask everybody to actually focus on those skills, because like that actually brings you a lot of change in your lives. For example, these days in days of lockdown, like you don't have to commute to your workplace, and also you can actually manage your time in a much more efficient way. For example, like plan your calendar in a way that you can actually put in exercise blocks for exercise in the morning or in the evening, maybe with your kids, maybe with your husband or the family. Because like these are, I think like we are living in times in which like efficiency has actually grown up a little bit, because you don't have to commute, you don't have like a lot of things that are uncertain, because you know like this is when your day starts, this is when your day ends, these are the things that you have planned out in the day. You don't have to think about how much time will be lost in traffic or in the travel and all of that. So I think like we should all focus on this, and especially in this month of October, you should try to focus on your own health and see whatever you can do for your own health, for your family's health. And also like if it's a time to give back to the society as well, because there's so many people who are facing these kind of issues in the villages, and it's really important to find out like one cause that you would really want to support and go for it.
Thank you, Dr. Rochi. It's really insightful, and I can relate your talks because Berkeley Healthcare is specialized in minimum invasive surgery, and we have a very nice robotic surgeon on board. And hopefully, very soon, we are going to have a full show on women healthcare, where we are going to introduce this robotics. And I would definitely would love to have you in one more time, and you can share more insights about it. And I want to thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to see you more and more in our next shows.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musa. Thank you.
So with this, we will move to our next session. I want to introduce you the lady behind Musa Sheikh Global Foundation and Berkeley Middle East and Berkeley Me Holding. Please welcome Khalood Shaban. She is the CEO of Berkeley Middle East and Berkeley Global. She's looking around the Middle East and UK and Europe region. Khalood, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited.
Such a lovely speakers and such a lovely talks. I'm always amazed with the beautiful talent, and I'm sure this is all your effort. Your team is really doing a great job, and I definitely want to give my closing, because then I will give the mic to you and you can have the show onwards. So I feel that women in developing countries still need a lot of focus, and the women from the globe actually can create this focus, can help them, because they don't have sound, they don't have language, they don't have courage, and even they don't have a thought that world has changed. Women need to study. It's an equal contribution. You're talking about entrepreneurship, you are talking about leadership, you're talking about free healthcare, free education, which is their basic right, which Europe, US, UK has already achieved over the years. So why these women are still not have achieved? That is the sound that we want to be, and I'm sure the policymakers and the ruling elite will look into that enough. They should deliver it. This is the priority, and there is no excuse accepted for these late deliveries. So, with this, my closing remarks, I want to thank you very much for having me and for your such lovely efforts. And Mike is with you now.
Thank you, Dr. Musa, for your great effort and all the speakers. And now I would like to welcome my next panel speakers and thank them for taking time to participate in this panel, and to our audience who's watching us for being part of our event. And mostly I would like, of course, to thank Berkeley team for making this event possible. So I would like to introduce myself. I'm Khulud Shaban, CEO of Berkeley Middle East and co-chair of Berkeley Investors Club. This panel, which I will be moderating today, is about women innovation and policies to support the empowerment of women and girls. So women currently represent a powerful yet untapped talent. There is a huge opportunity to boost the economies by gathering more women innovating in businesses. So our objective today is to know what are the challenges and barriers to women entrepreneurs and innovators. How can they overcome these challenges, and what is the role of the governments, the laws and policies in forming this change? So today our speakers are joining from different parts of the world. They hold a wealth of multifaceted experiences in law, innovation, economics, policies, and even armed forces. So they touched and changed a lot of people's life for the better, and they came today to share their insights. I would like now to allow our speakers to start by sharing us part of their journey and to introduce themselves. Anissa, please start.
Hello everyone. I am located in the city of Orlando in the United States. As an attorney, I provide concierge general counsel services to technology companies worldwide on matters of blockchain and financial technology, corporate transactions, intellectual property, and securities. I am a leading educator and academic on the intersection of law and emerging technology for the Florida Bar Association, as well as at select universities and conferences where I often speak on emerging tech topics such as market cannibalism at the National Press Club or the Cryptocurrency Act of 2020 on Capitol Hill. I enjoy serving as a business law mentor to Orlando's Technology Accelerator and also as a director on the Florida Blockchain Business Association and several Florida Bar committees. In my undergraduate studies at Wright State University, I was first introduced to the broader subject of international diplomacy and human rights, which captured my heart. So from there, I went on to acquire a Juris Doctorate at the University of Dayton School of Law with the hopes of pursuing a career in human rights. When I passed the Florida Bar exam 17 years ago and first became licensed, my first job was as a criminal defense attorney for the indigent. And this was the most incredible experience of my career. During that time, I represented a Guatemalan migrant worker who later changed the course of my life in the most unexpected way. This young man worked in the fields of my home state of Florida, where he was exploited to pick tomatoes for slave wages. While on his way to Western Union to send home the money that he had so carefully guarded back in Guatemala, he was stopped by the police and he was arrested for literally no valid reason. When the police searched him as part of the arrest, the officer found the cash on his body. And he said, "You're a Guatemalan migrant worker. You shouldn't have this much money. Obviously, it's for drugs." And the officer took the money that young man worked so hard to save up. While discussing this with my client in preparation for his case before the criminal court, I learned that he couldn't keep his money in a bank account because he didn't have the proper government identification to open one. As his attorney, I was able to get the criminal charges dropped, but I didn't have the authority from the state back then to demand back his money. Although this incident happened many years ago, and I have long since moved into international business law and technology as a practicing attorney, I've never forgotten about my Guatemalan client. His story has always troubled me until a few years ago when I discovered the solution in blockchain while preparing a lecture for the Florida Bar. For this reason, I took several courses on blockchain and financial technology at Oxford Said Business School, where I'm now a proud alumna. During those Oxford studies, I distinctly pursued the subjects of identity and financial inclusion and how these are essential to opportunity. And since then, I have been working diligently to push for access to education and resources for those who need it most. As I listen to the stories of the women here today, I feel really honored and deeply humbled to be included among them. Thank you so much for inviting me and the opportunity to participate in today's conference.
Thank you, Anissa. Thank you. We are really lucky to have such a multi-talent with us. And I would like to Nuha now to introduce herself. You're on mute, Nuha.
Apologies.
Great.
So,
no worries.
good evening, everyone, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Nuha Hefni, and I'm the founder and CEO of People of Impact. It is a social impact, innovation, and consulting firm. And my background is really a long journey of 20 years working across 3 different sectors. So I started my career with the United Nations, working in the field, in the humanitarian field, in the field of refugee protection. I was one of the only Arab women on the field in East Sudan and south of Algeria back at the time in 2 humanitarian operations, reuniting refugees who are separated by war and conflict, and also assisting people to return to their country after a peace process. So apart from that, I've obviously engaged a lot with women, survivors of violence, coming to different countries on the borders, assessing their asylum status. I've also worked for UNESCO in the field of education and for UN Women on gender equality and women empowerment with a focus on economic empowerment and enhancing the role of women in peace and security. On another level, I also pivoted my career into the corporate sector at some point, working for PepsiCo and McKinsey, heading 2 regional departments for communications. And at PepsiCo, I was fortunate to actually also head social responsibility. And as part of that, I had a very strong focus on social entrepreneurship, on education, on addressing and combating hunger, which actually led me a couple of years after to initiate, my work in the entrepreneurial sector. So I started a startup called LIT that was focused on social marketing, followed by another startup called She is Arab, which is focused on enhancing the role of women in leadership and ensuring gender parity on speaking panels. And today I run this social impact consulting firm. So I'm very pleased to be here and to contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nuha, for being here. Thank you. Wendy, can you give us an introduction about yourself?
Hello, everyone. I am Wendy Brown. I am a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves, and currently I am stationed in Stuttgart, Germany. In maybe about a year or so, I plan to retire. So I have started a new company called Conquer Confidently. So I'm very glad to be here. And what I really do want to stress on is what it takes to be a leader. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to actually train to become a leader, to lead people, and to lead missions. So one of my most challenging times was probably the time when I was in Afghanistan, leading in a combat zone. I was in Afghanistan for about 18 months, and I had a mission as far as just taking care of some equipment. I'll keep it very high visibility. But I did encounter several obstacles and challenges, but I did implement certain techniques and actions that I will discuss later on in this show on how to make it through. Sometimes you just have to just buckle down, do what you have to do to get through. And even when you feel that some people are treating you differently because you are a woman, you hone in on your female feline leadership and you get the job done. So I'm very glad to be here.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. We will come back to more details about this. So, Ithar, can you tell us more about you? Ithar? Can you hear me? Ithar? Seem Ithar cannot hear. Okay, we can come back to Ithar after Ella. Ella, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you very much, Lud. I can hear you very well. Thank you for the invitation.
I can't really get the connection to you. Can you hear me, yes?
Yes, Ithar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we'll come back to you. Yes. Okay, Ithar, please. We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you, first of all, for having us all here. It's really lovely being part of this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay, we will come back to you, Ithar. Let's Ella introduce herself until Ithar can fix her internet problems. Yeah.
Good evening, Khulud. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me well? Right. Wonderful. Lovely. Great pleasure being with you this evening. I am based out of Dubai. I have been here for the last 6 years, originally from Belgium. I am a women entrepreneur and an advisor to the Metis Institute, which is the think tank with a special focus on envisioning the dispute resolution of the future and on assisting with court reform. I've been working for the past 15 years in policy, legal advisory work, and administrative reform projects. And I've had previous appointments at the European Parliament, the United Nations, and have overseen projects in Europe, the US, Central Asia, and have, like some of our other panel contributors, I have been based in Kabul, Afghanistan for 5 years, where I drafted the new competition law for the country and contributed to the trade policy, as well as helped design the first alternative dispute resolution center for commercial disputes. Since 2014, I then moved on to Dubai, where I joined the DIFC courts and led the design and the launch of the wills and probate registry, with drafting the legal basis. And then I led the consultancy work to set up the common law English language commercial court and center in Kazakhstan, in its new international financial center. Since recently, I am basically independent consultant, but working also with the Metis Institute, assisting further reform projects around the world. And it is a great pleasure being with you ladies this evening and contributing to the discussion, and seeing what new insights we can bring to the table and hopefully engender some new ideas and policies for the benefit of women, and for the world in general.
Thank you very much. Mireille, can you, dear, introduce yourself?
Yes, so good afternoon. For me, it's good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here and to participate, and bring my insight to the discussion today. My name is Mireille. I'm based in Perth in Australia. I'm the managing director of MT Energy Resources. My background is in petroleum engineering. I'm a petroleum engineer by background. I've worked in the oil and gas industry for 25 years now across 4 continents, and dealing with projects of different ranges in gas projects and oil projects, from $1 million project to $1 billion projects. So really had a good experience there. The last 5 years been a full-time entrepreneur, still in the oil and gas industry, but also moving more into technology. I'm also consulting for for a technology and multimedia company called Gimski as their PR and also brand market strategist. And so that's something that I really, enjoy, because it's a woman company, a woman in technology company, and mature woman company. And we are actually going into competition with, against company like Zoom, Skype, Netflix, and the like. So it's still, startup, but that's the objective. So a good challenge there. And I've been doing a lot of work as well, empowerment work for women, especially in non-traditional industry where they are minorities, actually. So that's been really my focus as well the last few years, just making sure that I empower women and girls in STEM. I've started a project, a program in Uganda, and also here for indigenous women to get into STEM. So it's been running very well, and the objective is to empower 1 million women and girls by 2025. So really looking forward to exchange and share my experience today.
Great, thank you, Mireille. And I would like to see Ithar, if she fixed her Ithar. So Ithar can maybe introduce next. Once we start the questions, she can introduce herself. Interesting start, everyone, with this great expertise with us today. So I would like to start by asking my first question. So, Wendy, women in military surely face unique challenges. Can you share with us your experience in this, and how a woman can rise above her fears to unleash her inner powers and to achieve her goals and take the lead?
Okay, so the one quality that is absolutely necessary to be an effective leader is self-confidence. Having self-confidence is the foundation of leadership. So with that, you would then implement about 3 major steps. The first step is doing a baseline, which is pretty much like a self-assessment of your strengths and things that I would consider some of your challenges. I hate to call them weaknesses. I don't deal with weakness. It's strength and challenges, okay? And then you look at the task in hand. What is in demand in the world? What is in demand in your industry? What skill you need to have? And then the third step is you would then have action steps that would take you from your strength and tie it into that technical skill or the skill set that you're trying to learn. And so one thing that I do, and I've done this through my 20 years of experience in the military, you actually draw out a plan of how to use your strength and how to execute it appropriately in the military, or to complete a mission, I should say, for those that are listening, assuming that you're not in the military. And then and with your confidence, as you begin to execute the different tasks, the different assignments to complete the mission, it really does increase your self-confidence. And I would tell you, when your self-confidence is high and you're able to execute a mission or a goal or a target at hand, people notice. People will notice when you're a winner, when you're actually getting things done on time, effectively, better than everyone else. They notice it. Excellence cannot go ignored. So you first start off with the self-confidence. You then do a self-assessment, honest self-assessment on your strength and your challenges. Look and see what then you determine what the objective is, the goal, the task, the mission, and then you develop a plan to execute your strengths and how to get the job done. And as you're doing that, people will notice. And even if they don't notice, you can remind them as you are giving presentations on what you're able to bring to the table. When you do this over a consistent time, meaning over year after year after year, your leadership skills cannot go undenied. They cannot go undenied.
Yeah, yeah, true, true. They say women always are the second people to jump for opportunities after men. Yeah. So this is practically what you were explaining, that self-confidence is the place where they should start, and self-assessment where they can see what skills they miss, and then they will be confident to stand for these opportunities and grab them, right?
Correct. And do it over and over and over again where it becomes your natural personality. Because like I said, I've been in the military over 20 years. It is very natural for me to walk into a situation, assess it, see where I can contribute the best, and then get started. Another thing, I don't wait for people to tell me when to start. I get started. I get things moving. I have a momentum. People feel momentum when you're self-confident, and you will become a leader. Even if your title doesn't say you're a leader, your energy will say you're a leader. And you will be one of the people known as an influential leader. You don't need a title to be a leader. You just need that. You need the action, the confidence, and the attitude to exude leadership to be a leader. And those are actually called influential leaders.
Yes. Thank you, Indy. Thank you very much. So, Mireille, I would like to ask you, now that technology has entered in every aspect of our lives, so what are the opportunities that technology can unlock for a woman entrepreneur and innovator, practically, particularly in developing countries?
I think, we know that, especially in developing countries, there's a need to improve the status of women and promote the role of women a little bit more, especially when we look at sustainable development and really, pushing countries to be competitive. And technology is at it's at the core of everything right now. We are in the fourth industrial revolution, and technology really takes center stage. And it's crucial for women all around the world, and especially in developing countries where they have quite a lot of challenges, to be able to capitalize on that as much as they can. But what I really want to point out first is those challenges that women have in developing countries, which are first of all, being an entrepreneur in those developing countries is quite a challenge, because entrepreneurship is mostly attributed to men, so there's a tough competition for them. And also what we see is that there's also limited funding for them to start businesses, and they don't have access to any of the loans, because most of the women are actually, the business that they start are mostly in the informal sector. and they also not into the big businesses that actually gonna attract, those banks or investors to invest into their businesses. And then on top of that, you have the work-life balance, which is an issue as well, because women actually, even when they are entrepreneur, when they work, they still have this workload at home that they have to manage, take care of the family, take care of the husband, when, on top of, being an entrepreneur. And there's also the support system that can actually be missing for them in terms of, making sure that they are supported with the family and in other areas. And one key thing is also the lack of education. Even when, they start those businesses, it's more by necessity, and they don't really, go through a specific education, either financial or really understand how a business must be run. And there's also the difficulty to access the internet. And that's where the technology actually comes in, because with the technology, what's going on is that, you basically, if you can have access to technology, you can transform the dynamic, the social economic in the country, by giving the opportunity to those women not only to educate themselves, using the internet, if they can access the internet, educate themselves and make sure that they understand the finance of running a business, or even understand how to use technology to increase their productivity. So that's one key area where technology can have a huge impact. There's also the access to funding. There's a lot of financial tools now that technology actually provide for a lot of the small businesses, where, and I talk about small businesses because most women in those developing countries are actually more into, they're more managed small businesses. So that's also another key they can have access to. I've seen, for example, in area like in Cameroon, they're starting to use cryptocurrency to actually deal, locally. There's also they can use their mobile phone to pay, or have their customer to pay. So technology allow that, and this flexibility for them. And the other thing is that the technology can also reduce, the geographical access, because you can easily access, because sometimes they don't have role models, or they don't have access to the experts. So, but through technology, they can, through the internet, access some of the information, reach out to some expert, and have that, into and use that into their businesses, or into what they're trying to achieve, with their business, or even to innovate, the way, innovate in the way that they're running their businesses as well. So really a lot of, key aspect where technology can really help them. The work-life balance is another one where, they can become digital entrepreneurs and work from home, so that they can at the same time manage, the workload that they have at home. They don't necessarily need to go and, go to an office and spend long hours, and lack, the flexibility, and not get the balance, the work-life balance that is necessary. So I think I see, that technology is actually a must if we really want to push, women into entrepreneurship. Technology can also help them to bring new product quickly, and sell their products, in different environment, instead of just having, being really restricted by where they live or the country where they are. Really have this opportunity to to reach out to a new market, especially the e-commerce market, and really play a role as well in this market. So great, great prospect, great, potential for women, especially in developing country, to use technology to optimize what they're doing, and also to basically scale up in what their businesses, and get the opportunity to grow as well, because they can learn, they can be part of groups, because there's a lot of platform now who actually provide mentors and also coaches for free for women in developing countries, entrepreneurs. So it's a big platform for them to tap into, to be able to create value, and not only for themselves, but also for the community, for their countries, and in a way empower themselves economically, and really play a role in alleviating poverty. Because when we look at how poverty is, when we look at the statistic of poverty in developing countries, women are actually the group where poverty is actually quite a concern compared to men. So I think that's really where I see technology coming in and helping entrepreneur in developing countries.
Very insightful indeed, Mireille. And I believe like some of the positives of COVID-19, which is like another discussion, is that it opened a lot of people on technology, which more widely, and because most of the people start working from home, and this opened a new stream for employers and employees both, because employers start saving money, in this, and employees also start feeling comfort doing the work from the comfort of their homes. So this is true. Technology is indeed a big help in this. So next, Ella. I think we need to build an enabling environment for the empowerment of women and girls. And you being in public policy, law, and economy expert, I would like to know what kind of policies and support mechanisms are needed to further advance the support for women entrepreneurs and innovators.
Thank you very much, Khulud, for this question. I think some of the aspects have been addressed very well by our speakers in the other panel discussions, but I would like to just make a quick summary of sort of my beliefs and my experience in this regard. And for that, I would like to start with a joke, let's say, or on an easier tone. One of the running jokes is, how can you tell if someone is an entrepreneur? And the joke says, well, you don't need to worry, they'll tell you they are an entrepreneur. And I think if we look at women entrepreneurs, there's another very sound, sort of philosophy that goes around, is that women believe that the value of our lives is determined by what we do for others, not what we do for ourselves. So if you see women entrepreneurs, they come up with solutions for society, for certain sectors of the economy. And I believe that policymakers need to unlock the potential that women have, and they need to recognize that women are a heterogeneous group. Not homogeneous, but heterogeneous, diverse, with many differences in their motivations, intentions, projects. And women have around the world what I call a latent entrepreneurial potential that is not quite fully realized as of yet. So as we're moving towards gender equality, as we're moving towards more and more women joining the work environment, when it comes to women entrepreneurs, there's still quite a lot of challenges. What are these challenges? Well, starting a business
discouraging certain social and cultural attitudes. You're changing those. We have, lower levels perhaps of entrepreneurial skills in the women's sort of entrepreneurship base, because they haven't had those skills taught to them. They have a higher difficulty in accessing startup financing. They have less networks to rely on. And then they also have the policy frameworks that perhaps not only that they don't encourage, they perhaps also sometimes discourage women in entrepreneurship. So there are so many traditional instruments that have been used indeed, as Mireille was saying, training, grants, to address some of those barriers. But we have to expand those because they haven't fully reached population, be it in developing or in developed countries. So now the world is moving onwards. There are new policy approaches that have come up to support women in entrepreneurship. Countries, for example, are exploring the potential to use public procurement to open up some market opportunities for women, to provide more support for growth-oriented women entrepreneurs, and dedicated business incubators, business accelerator programs, and to create really an infrastructure to provide women with what we call risk capital. So what can be done concretely by policymakers? You create cross-sector partnerships among stakeholders. What I'm talking about is realize that the responsibility doesn't only lie with public policymakers, with the state, but also with the private sector. Policies are also made within the private sector, within companies, within enterprises, okay? Then we also look at civil society, another very important aspect of society. Civil society such as the chambers of commerce that can help promote women's economic empowerment at local, regional level. Engage women strategically in core business operations, get them into a dialogue with the civil society to help create governance structures, enable women from the start to create, to build up their capacity, their economic assets and their human capital by providing them equal access to education. There I'm talking in particular about developing countries, and in the developed world, it's allowing women to access education in the STEM areas as opposed to the traditional educational areas. And then, of course, advocating for women's rights and opportunities through evidence-based communication and policy platforms. So what can the state do? Well, they can enact laws, very important, beyond policies. Policies set the strategy. Where do we want to go in a specific amount of time, be it 1 year, 5 years. But after you've set up a policy, you have to then also follow suit with enacting laws that specify how a central or a local government may, for example, bring about certain subsidies or grants or funds or loans that can be disbursed. Codify that, so bring it in law and say, we want to bring in gender mainstreaming, we want to advance women's economic empowerment. We require that, for example, 50% of the fund recipients are women-owned or women-managed businesses. So by setting these quotas, you basically bring the women entrepreneurs to the forefront. Then you extend those policy initiatives to the private sector level. What do I mean by that? A company procurement policy can require that 50% of the outsourcing work will be done through women-owned or women-managed business. So the responsibility doesn't lie only with the government, also with the private sector. At the decision-taking level, again, bring women and ensure that companies actively seek to hire women for board positions, for decision-taking level positions, because that prepares them for entrepreneurship. Bring a quality support to help women access capital, access markets, access growth, give them counseling if need be. Create a level playing field for women entrepreneurs that still face these unique obstacles in the business world, such as access to capital compared to men, because they don't have the network that men may have. And then, of course, in the developing countries, policies have to go beyond that. You have to target especially women who are, specific minority groups, women that are economically or socially disadvantaged, because they actually have the highest need to be entrepreneurs because they wouldn't otherwise access the job market.
Empower them by allowing them access to free resources, free education, free counseling. And then you need legislation in those developed countries, for example, also to be enacted that stops violence and harassment against women. And men, of course, as well, because violence and harassment happens, for both genders. But really talk about this and bring it to the forefront of policymaking and of legislation. And then last but not least, conduct strategic communication and advocacy. Publish videos, publish reports, provide toolkits, public policy recommendations, inform women, inform your stakeholders about what the government has done so that they can access those programs, because otherwise they're fancy programs that only a minority of people would an access. So widely disseminate, make sure that the communication is right. And on that note, I think I've covered.
Great. You covered the very targeted points, and it was really insightful. Thank you, Ella. So Anissa, can you please share us the input on the same, like what kind of policies and support mechanisms are needed to further advance the support for women entrepreneurs and innovators from your point of view?
Sure, absolutely. I think that Ella did an absolutely spectacular job of really setting the broader landscape for this question. And then she did an even a more amazing job of actually breaking it down and giving sector examples. So trying to just build a little bit on what Ella said, I think that notably the answer to this question is likely the same for both developed and undeveloped nations. And the United States, where I'm at, is no exception. So what we need are legislative mandates for gender equality in business, in education, and in all walks of life. It's really interesting that there are several studies that demonstrate that when women are included in decision-making positions of business management, those businesses make more money. Yet, in spite of the hard data that repeatedly demonstrates this fact, women are still lagging behind in appointments to leadership in publicly traded companies, and they aren't being paid as much as men are, even though their work more often results in greater profits to the business. The state of California in the United States and the European Union in particular have tackled this problem in some very progressive and encouraging ways. California has recently passed legislation that requires that all publicly traded companies with substantial operations in their state have a quota of women and minorities serving on the boards of those companies, depending on the size of the board. The response to this mandate has actually been really surprising and interesting for me to see. Many of my male colleagues adamantly oppose this. And when they call me up and say, hey, what do you think about this? And I say that I support it, well, they're not too happy with me. In fact, they've told me that they argue that an unqualified woman shouldn't be placed in a position where there's a more qualified man. This is the problem that we have, that there are still too many men that truly believe that women with the same or even better credentials are still less qualified than men. And so while I'm generally opposed to the addition of legislative mandates, when people don't do the right thing on their own, unfortunately, we have to resort to such measures to force necessary social changes in the pursuit of social justice and basic human rights. In contrast, it seems to me that the European Union is way more progressive in the embrace of gender equality. Earlier this year, the European Union passed regulations that require companies to report on how much they pay men and women in the same or similar positions. Generally, women in the EU are paid 16% less than men for the same work, and their pensions are 30% lower on average. The hope behind these regulations is that greater transparency will trigger corrections in wages. The UK has also passed similar rules that requires companies with more than 250 workers to also report on wages. Unfortunately, my home nation of the United States is nowhere near doing something similar, and I think all nations around the world need to copy this approach. Here in the US and in other countries, Women are often the only parent in the home, working and raising children alone. When single mothers are not promoted and they are not paid what they're worth, it's not only demoralizing, but it places more families at greater risk of poverty and food insecurity. Although I'm an attorney in the United States, I have experienced this firsthand. More than once, I've been employed by companies with all male management, and they have openly paid me less than other men in the company who had less education and less relevant experience than me. When I made inquiries about this, in each instance, the CEO said straight to me that he could do whatever he wanted, and if I didn't like it, I could leave. But I was a single mother, and I had a child with special needs. I had law school loans to repay, and I felt seriously trapped. I was afraid that if I complained too loudly, that I might be fired. And then where would I be, and where would my children be? So in that time, I learned to be quiet and just take whatever I could get. Sadly, my previous experience is endemic to everyone, to women everywhere, because the men holding the power from yesterday still refuse to share it today. So for this reason, I believe that we must implement regulations that require the inclusion of women and equal pay for equal work. Thank you.
Thank you. This was really emotional, and it was great to hear this. And I hope women everywhere can stand up for themselves. And it's true that sometimes you get trapped, but I'm sure there's other times which you can actually stand and speak up for yourself. So building up on that, Nuha, I would like to ask something also related to money matters. When it comes to the funding gap, women entrepreneurs have even more difficulties raising capital for their enterprises. Why do you think that is the case, and what can be done about it?
So thank you, Khulud, for the question. And I think everything that was said so far provides a great context and segue to this question. And I'd like to start with a couple of facts with regards to the disparity and disproportionate access of women to VC funding. So typically throughout the years, VC money has always been distributed unequally between men and women. But as of the COVID-19 pandemic breakout, these numbers have been even further exacerbated. So women's share of venture capital funding in 2018 stood at 2.2%. And in 2019, this figure rose to 2.7%, which constitutes 7.1% of venture capital deals. As of the outbreak of the pandemic, this 7.1% dropped to 4.3%, which is a 40% decrease in the share of women globally to venture capitalist funding. So that just goes on to show you that there is a significant problem with a great magnitude that needs to be dealt with. Now, having said that, there are several reasons why women are not getting an equal share or greater share than men. So first of all, there are many misconceptions that men entrepreneurs are more trustworthy, financially savvy, and will bring more reliable returns amongst the investor community. And this is only natural when you have 89% of venture capitalists being men. So one solution for that is to have more women VCs, more women angel investors who take interest in women-led business, but also to educate the men as well who are in the investment fields around women-led businesses, because they have a completely different nature than men-driven businesses. The other thing is that there is lack of visibility to sources of funding. So even myself as a woman entrepreneur, if I want to seek funding for my venture today, I really don't know where to go. I hear of a lot of initiatives from many international organizations, but it's not clear how to apply, where to apply. And the available opportunities are usually very limited in funding, so they don't meet the requirements for a tech startup or a startup that would require significant funding. Another issue is that women startups, as someone mentioned earlier, they tend to be smaller. They operate in different sectors that are less capital intensive and less growth oriented. So mainly health, social work, and services. They're more risk averse, locally based, led by young women who want to make a difference. Again, this for investors seems to be looking like a risky deal. Women also tend to start businesses for completely different aspirations than men. So making more money is a bigger motivation for men to create a business than it is for women. Women are more motivated by purpose, by giving back to the community, by driving an interest or a hobby, which again always causes investors to worry that how long this passion is going to last for. And another very interesting number is that 16% of women-owned SMEs worldwide report dependence on bank loans as a source of capital versus 22% of those owned by men. So women are also part of the reason of not accessing finance. And the reason is women are reluctant to seek loans. Why? Because they think that they're going to be rejected. They're reluctant to ask for investor support because they feel that, oh my God, am I, the imposter syndrome. So am I good enough to access this financing? Am I going to secure that fund? Can I present effectively to an investor? But the reality is the numbers show that actually women-led businesses have been more effective in terms of their leadership than men, and have also resulted in higher returns than men-led businesses in many instances. So in terms of, there's so many more reasons and studies done to assert these facts, but, we need to think also of the solutions. And it is very clear that, the situation is not likely to change very soon. So I believe that us as women entrepreneurs need to stand up for ourselves, and we need to create caring alliances in the sense that, we need to invest in each other. And what I mean by that, I've been, pitching in my business together with another consultant who does similar work. And by doing that, we generate common sources of funds for each other's businesses. So these caring alliances can drive us forward in generating revenue. Number two, in terms of financing, I think organic funding, which is coming from family and friends, has been, yes, not necessarily reaching the same amounts as we get from investors, but again, is also a more secure way to have 100% control of our business and not to be controlled by an investor. So I think we should continue to ask for this support from family and friends, and many times around as simplistic as it sounds. I know many of my friends who will not even ask their sister or their brother for that kind of funding. Now, there is also the rise, of crowdfunding and also new sources of funding through grants from government. And I think this should be encouraged in the form of, competitions or grants from donors, especially for social enterprises that are merging very well the profit and the purpose and can access those grants. But at the end of the day, what we need is really a more flexible policy environment that eases, the financial barriers on women-led businesses. We need policies that give us greater access to capital for all SMEs, and especially women-led SMEs. We need to address the issue of cost and time to register a business, to open a bank account. This is always a struggle in many developing markets. We need to undertake research to understand what women are reporting as these barriers, because there are a lot of studies, but they are not always representing a large proportion of the women population, and also not highlighting all the challenges. And last but not least, women's voices need to be heard in policy formulation. So I really encourage a two-way dialogue in developing policies, developing future frameworks to support women-led business funding. For financial institutions as well, there is a great role to play. So, considering the growth of markets that women-owned enterprises provide, and look at this as an exponential market opportunity. In the region alone, this is a 2.7 trillion, economic opportunity for growth. And it's not a nice to do, it's a must do that requires support from all parties. And lastly, I think building on Wendy's earlier point, I think the solution is with women themselves to step up, to lead, to ask for support, and not to shy away or think that they are less deserving of funding from investors. This is the true unlock that will drive us forward, because the inequality has been there, is likely to continue, and it will take a long time to change policies, but it will take a much shorter time for us to step up and stand together as one, asking for access to finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noha. True, it's true. The mindset, this is what I always emphasize on, the mindset, it should be changed. The change should start with the women themselves, because they are always hesitant. They calculate everything. We calculate even the smallest thing. We look to the smallest details. So we have just to have the courage to stand up for ourselves, and we should have this confidence. I believe it will come from educating ourselves and get all the tasks and talents and which we need in order to run whatever plan we have. So Ella, I would like your input on the same question, when it comes to funding gap, women entrepreneurs have more difficulty. Can you tell from your point of view?
Yes, thank you, Khulud. I will keep this one short because Noha did a great job at explaining already many of the facets. So I'd like to start off with some interesting statistics, because we were talking about developing countries. Angola, an African country, has more than 40% of adult women engaged in entrepreneurial activities. Whereas in terms of developed countries, you have Chile as the developed country with most female entrepreneurs, standing at 32%. There is also good news from our region, from the GCC, where the share of female entrepreneurs exceeded the male rate. In Saudi Arabia, for example, last year, you had almost 15% women entrepreneurs compared to 13.4% male. The UAE is at almost 13% as well, so it's close to Saudi's leading figures. And unfortunately, if we look at many of the developed nations in Europe, they have very low rates of female entrepreneurs. They're in the single digits, according to studies. So what do these figures tell us? Women obviously are still underrepresented as the population of entrepreneurs. They tend to operate in these smaller, less dynamic businesses than men. And they are likely to operate in the non-capital intensive sectors, such as personnel, services, which have a lower potential for generating a high sustainable income. And then if we look at countries like the US, which has a very, very strong entrepreneurial culture, only 2% of the venture capital was given to all women founding teams, and less than 2% of the US private equity firms are female owned. However, women businesses do not fare worse than men's businesses, quite the contrary. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and very encouraging times have come upon us now recently. I think also with COVID, we realized the potential of technology. We can look beyond the barriers of our nations. If we look for funding, we can go international nowadays. Recently, Goldman Sachs has launched an initiative where they would invest 500 million in of GS's firms and clients' capital in private, late-stage women-founded, women-owned, or women-led enterprises. So that includes directly funding companies as well as seeding women investment managers who are starting their own funds. That's very promising. So we're looking at what the private sector is doing. Again, if I go back to public sector, many countries unfortunately still have to develop viable national stimulus packages for small companies. And again, they have to include quotas for female-owned businesses. What other challenges exist? I think that the barriers are more invisible than just the access to money. If you go into a VC fund, if you look at the type of questions asked by investors to women, they would, of course, the questions being very highly associated with the amount of funding that is then acquired, there is a gender bias there. So male entrepreneurs are probed with positive-led questions, promotion-oriented, whereas female entrepreneurs are asked negatively-led questions, such as, what is your plan B? Or do you have a risk assessment? What will you do if this fails, right? So what can women entrepreneurs do? As I said earlier, use technology, go beyond your borders, seek funding elsewhere if it's not available close to home. Please don't feel overwhelmed if you're in the minority. If you're the only woman amongst the men in a room, stakeholders will actually remember you. And being remembered is the first step, as performance and networks matter most. But being different, being a woman, also enhances visibility and can become a competitive advantage. Sometimes know when to take a step back. So when the context is not ready, don't force it. Some studies actually show that if you see that the potential client actually prefers men with you in the room, then bring in a male colleague to run that specific meeting or to be present in that meeting. Be smart and strategic about it, because ultimately, once you get the client and if you implement the work, you have the past performance, and then you can still be a women-led business. Attitude is also just as important as your skill is, as Wendy has very well explained to us. And then to finish on a positive note, as a women entrepreneur, keep believing in yourself, push your boundaries, and learn to say no sometimes to the client so that you can also, push the boundaries of revenue and make sure that you use your time intelligently.
Thank you, Ella. I believe the women need to learn how to say no in a lot of occasions, not only in front of the funding. It should be that women learn to say no for a lot of things. So, Wendy, I have met a lot of women entrepreneurs throughout my career, and many have confirmed that one of the barriers they faced is lack of support from other women. So what can women do today to support one another in entrepreneurship and in innovation?
I would say probably the main thing to do is to obtain a mentor. A mentor is a game changer. A mentor is someone you have a trusted relationship with, and that mentor has gone through several battles and several fights and have won. They are a proven success. So a mentor is not your friend. It's not somebody you grew up with or somebody you knew back in the day. No, a mentor is someone who's been through the same trenches that you're going to go through, and they have won. And they also have connections and a wealth of a network of people. So when you have a very effective and efficient mentor, you also have access to their mentor and their resources. And I would say obtaining a mentor is a game changer, whether you're an entrepreneur or whether you're an employee in any industry. A mentor is just a game changer. When I was listening to Anissa's situation about the attorney, at the attorney office, immediately I'm thinking she didn't have a mentor. I don't know if you did, but it just came to my mind. She didn't have a mentor. Mentor would have fought for her and won, and that's what mentors do. So there are people of influence that have gone through the fight, that have gone through the trenches and won. They have a network of other influential people, and you have to hone in on that. One thing people that I notice, when I hear all these success stories, everybody talks about how hard they work and they did this and they did that. You know what they really don't talk about? Who their mentor was. Because sometimes they may feel like the mentor gets the credit. But however, you don't get to the top without a mentor. That is not my opinion. That's a fact. You don't get to the top without a mentor. A mentor can see what's going on. They can give you a wise advice. It's almost like psychic. They'll tell you exactly what's going to happen, how it's going to play out, how you need to deal with this person, how you need to deal with that person, when to stay in the game, when to pull out of the game, when to go left, when to go right. My mentor, at one point, I thought my mentor was psychic because the advice this person was giving me was so on point. But they were very experienced, so they knew they had a very good idea of how things can play out. So just bottom line, answering your question, mentor is a game changer for any and everyone to become successful. And sometimes because women, we don't lack the confidence, we're just let me just know this skill so well, they got to say yes. No, they can still say no. You have to, like I said, stated in the beginning, you have to develop the leadership. But once you get that leadership skill underway, you need to get a mentor. They go hand in hand because life does happen. Many times life is not fair. And people just want you to go only so high. And you're like, no, I want to go higher. That mentor will break that ceiling wall. Trust me. There have been many people that tried to, take me out of my game. And I hate to admit it, but many times it was other women. And, many times it was other women. But called on the mentor. Mentor gave me guidance. And I knew how to handle everything professionally, but effectively, where I landed on my feet. So yes, I'm a lieutenant colonel today, and I smile and yay, go women. But I've been through hell. I've been through hell and back. Mentor gave me advice on and gave me direction on how to handle my negative situations. I always landed on my feet. So when people did try to destroy me, I know they're thinking, how did we not get her? They didn't know I had a mentor. And that's another thing. When you do get a mentor, don't tell anybody who it is, because then they know your game. But you keep that mentor in your back pocket. And that's really how you start working up the ladder, whether it's entrepreneur, whether it's, any industry or any community organization that you're in. That mentor is a game changer.
Wow, Wendy, great. Like lot of practical life advices we are getting from Wendy today. It's great. And Anissa, I would like you to share us your experience in this matter. Like, what can women do today to advance and support one another in entrepreneurship and innovation?
Well, Khulud, you are going to think that Wendy and I have conspired to create this, flow of answers. I promise you, I did not talk to Wendy about this. No, you read my mail. You are psychic. So, generally speaking, yes, women need to lend one to another their time, talent, and resources. But more specifically, there were two actions that I was going to talk about that women can take to advance and support one another. The first is to develop and operate programs of mentorship, and I'm going to get into that. And then the second is to shift our mindset from a place of scarcity or scarcity to one of abundance. So what do I mean by this? Well, I'm going to explain it by telling a little story, which is going to directly respond to what Wendy was asking, is about whether or not I had a mentor and maybe how that went. So I was raised in a very small village in the countryside of Middle America that actually did not support women in positions of leadership. Women were not permitted to teach adult men. And the women in my family were very strongly discouraged from working outside of the home. And even my own mother was not permitted to go to college or develop any kind of a career. I never saw any women at all holding any profession outside of teaching children until after I was in college. And so when I got my first job as a criminal defense attorney, I really did not understand what to do or how to act. So my first experience was with a woman mentor who was my supervising attorney 17 years ago. And it was a few months after I had started working there, I was promoted from defending smaller crimes into defending serious crimes called felonies. And this required me to move courtrooms. And so the day before I was supposed to appear for the first time in the new courtroom, my supervisor, this woman mentor, she came into my office and she sat down and she's like, all right, listen, we got to have a talk. She says, tomorrow you have two choices. She says, all the people in the jail know all of the public defenders. And so they're going to know that you've been in misdemeanor all this time and now you're moving up to felony. And I was like, yeah, I got that. She says, okay. So tomorrow, when you go to meet them for the first time in the holding cell behind the judge's chambers, you need to know they're going to threaten you. They're going to try to scare you. And they're going to do this so that you'll conflict off the case with the court, and then the judge will have to appoint them private counsel, because they had this idea that public defenders were just pretending lawyers and that they wanted a private defense attorney and somehow they were better. And so she says, all right, so your choice is you can let them scare you, or you can put on your stilettos, you go in there, and you show them who's boss. And so, like, what was she talking about, right? So there's like this cultural thing here that, you know, if you don't feel strong on the inside, then as a woman, you put on your tallest heels, so you stand as tall as you can until you feel as strong as the inside as you are tall on the outside. So the very next day, I came to work in the only pair of stilettos that I owned. And now, 17 years later, whenever you can always tell when I'm feeling nervous or anxious, because I'll have on like really tall heeled shoes, right? And so that stuck with me. And so I haven't had hardly any mentors during my career, even though I've needed them and I wish I had them. And this leads me to my second point, which is a mindset shift from scarcity to abundance. About 4 years ago, my daughter developed a health condition that required me to resign from my full-time job, where I was general in-house counsel and chief technology officer, to a technology company that had developed proprietary 3D video technology. And I actually had to pick up and move cities in order to seek specialized care for her. At that time, I was really frustrated with some of the continual barriers and obstacles I dealt with in the tech industry that I talked about a little bit earlier, where, you know, I wasn't getting equal pay for a lot more work, et cetera, et cetera. And so I decided that this was a really fantastic opportunity for me to shift my practice away from corporate and technology into immigration. And I wanted to do this because, remember, my first passion was human rights and serving the world's vulnerable. And I kind of missed that, you know, from formerly being a criminal defense attorney as well. So I flew across the country. I attended a week-long introductory course to immigration law, bought all the books. They're still sitting there on my shelf. And I set out to associate with other immigration attorneys in order to become competent. But every person I spoke to, and I spoke to a lot, including women, all said the exact same thing to me. They said, there is no way we are going to work with you. You'll just learn from us, and you'll go out there and start up your own practice, and you'll compete with me. I am not going to take that risk and enable you to be my competition. So you see, they had this mindset of scarcity, that there wasn't enough work to go around. And so they didn't want to mentor me into expanding my career into a new area of law. And so I said, okay, so I'm going to do what's coming in the door. And what kept coming in the door still was corporate law, right? Which is what I'm still doing today. So it's like a little bit of a spoiler alert to the end of the story. But what's interesting is that, you know, in corporate law, and as I was, you know, getting more involved with blockchain and financial technology and asking to do additional lectures and becoming a published academic, I ran into a couple of women like Wendy, right? And like Khulud, and like the other women here in this conference today. And you know what? They had a mindset of abundance. And they came to me and they said, wow, you know, you really know your stuff. And I've got this conference coming up. And why don't you come and you be on the panel? And why don't you talk to us about this? Or how about, you know, you help the tax law section of the Florida Bar Association publish an academic piece on the intersection of blockchain and tax issues in relationship to blockchain. And so I said yes to those opportunities. And those women that came alongside of me and joined arms with me and invited me in are incredibly successful. And because of both their mentorship and their mindset of abundance, I have had incredible opportunities open to me, and it's put me in a position to be able to mentor and open up opportunities for other women as well. And so it's really important that we operate from this mindset of abundance, because when we share, it comes back to us in multiplicity. It's some sort of strange universal promise. It's this universal law at work that when you give freely, it comes back to you in abundance. So my challenge to everyone watching today is that you mentor at least one person at any stage of their career. Freely share your contacts and your opportunities. If you do these two things, I guarantee it's going to come back to you in multiplicity. And moreover, it's going to produce greater joy and satisfaction and prosperity in new ways that you never imagined, that you would never otherwise have access to.
Thank you, Anissa. I believe everybody here today is somehow a mentor for every woman that is listening and getting a lot of insights and like guidance where she should go next. So thank you very much for everything and for all your talks. So Mireille, I want to ask you, we are in an era of media technology and innovative idea. So how can women brand themselves to transform their ideas and attract support, maybe investors, funding? So how do you think a woman can brand herself?
So, I mean, sometimes I think a lot of women get it really wrong, is that, branding is actually not about us, it's about, the customer that you're targeting. So it's important that, women understand, the market that they really want to target, what are, the unique, proposition that they have for this market, what kind of solution they trying to bring, to the market, and really understand what are the key players as well, because you really want to reach out to those players through networking. So networking is one thing that really women needs to be comfortable with, and I know that a lot of us, I had to develop these skills, because before that, you always find an excuse because you have to take care of the family. So when there's an event, you always find the excuse of not being there. And yet that's where, you can have the opportunity to talk about, what you have to propose, the product, the service that you have, and really try to build this confidence with, people that you really want to reach out, or the investor that you want to connect with. So so networking is one thing, and another thing is for women to really build up on their negotiation skills. So understand that, and which is communication in a way. So understand that communication is key, and understand how they can actually negotiate to push, their products, and to make sure that, they create this environment where they're gonna bring those, those customer, or they're gonna bring those investors to invest into their products. Because when you look at the statistic, I was just curious to know exactly, what the weight of branding into a product, into how they select, the person or the company that they want to invest in, and it's quite a high statistic. 90% of investors actually prefer to go for company who are branded, because for them, it's reflect confidence, and they understand a little bit where they put their money. They understand really well where they put their money. So that's a key thing to look at. Really, make sure you know who are the key players, who are the investors. Find a way to connect with them. Do a research to know where they go and where you can connect with them, and sometimes it's better even in an informal setting. So don't just stay in your industry. Try to find out a network in your industry and outside your industry as well. And the other thing that is key, I think, and critical is to make sure that we get the opportunity to talk about when we have an opportunity, wherever it presents itself. Be comfortable to talk about the products, what it can bring, the different accomplishment that we've had as an entrepreneur or as a company, and really promote ourselves so that we create this confidence, and investor actually also see it. Because what happened is sometimes we just, as women, we're just waiting for people to recognize our work. We work really hard. We have tremendous products, but because we don't really talk about those products and don't show the passion, about what we've accomplished, we actually miss those opportunities. And that's part of the branding, really, where you go out there, you show your area of expertise, you build your brand, you really pay attention to what you really want to get out from the connection that you have. Be very strategic about it, and really be, always be there, and find an innovative way to bring your products on the market. And one thing that a lot of, I've seen a lot of women who've actually been able to brand themselves very well is really either write a book about what they're doing, about their products, so that they can position themselves as an expert, so that when they want to they go for funding, or when they want to attract a certain certain customers, it's basically a no-brainer, because they are the expert and people are ready to put money either to buy the product or to invest into their project. Another thing is to, just like what we do, really, take those opportunities to come and participate in forums where, we can position ourselves as expert. And that's, that's a key part in our branding as well. So all those things are really important. Have a clear understanding of the added value that the product brings, but also have a clear understanding of the market and who we are targeting, and what are the opportunity, what are the investors, opportunity for investment, and what are the investors, and how we can reach out to them, either through networking or through somebody that we know. And also make sure that we've talked about mentor and coaches, but I think sponsors are very important as well. Make sure that we had those sponsors that can actually talk about what we do and talk about the value that we bring when we're not in the room, and build on that in a way.
Great, thank you, Mireille. Yeah, I believe a woman should open her mind, and even I say, even if you don't think this meeting is important, go there with an open mind. You will get things out of it. So this is open mind, and networking is very important. Having relationships, I believe this is a very important step. Like you mentioned. So, Noha, a lot of women believe that being a woman has negatively impacted their careers. So, what do you think are the barriers that contribute towards creating this gender gap in innovation? And what are some of solutions to bridge this gap?
Yeah, so there are a number of reasons why this gap has been created and is being sustained, and many of which have been mentioned today on this panel. One is, the limited investment and the limited market awareness in innovation that meet the needs of women and are created by women. The second is that, the unconscious bias that Ella spoke about earlier in terms of when meeting with investor, etc. This unconscious bias exists also in the workplace, also in research, etc., and extends to several domains, and therefore, again, is an issue that has to be overcome through more awareness, through gender intelligence workshops that teach both men and women how to deal with one another and overcome these biases. There's also a lack of gender disaggregated data. So, in order to allocate, tailor programs in the right way, make decisions in the right way, the data is sometimes not accurate, not present, especially in many developing countries and others. There is also the lack of finance, which we covered very extensively during the panel. There isn't also a sharing of best practices. So, you cannot access as a woman entrepreneur for learnings or lessons learned, many portals that are well known, to learn how to build your business, or following a similar case from another market. This could be something that is facilitated by governments or by entrepreneurship ecosystem players who are running accelerators, incubators, etc. Obviously, the underrepresentation of women, which is not only in innovation and entrepreneurship, but also in leadership and in several other fields, extends as well to the innovation field. And this has to do with cultural barriers, policy barriers, and many other reasons. One of the key things as well, which was touched upon by many of my fellow panelists, is the availability of role models. So in the tech sector or in the innovation sectors, there aren't many role models that are highlighted sufficiently or visible across the media, across conferences, and across dedicated platforms. So, for example, one of the startups that I had co-founded is called She is Arab, and it was all about highlighting Arab women role models across different sectors, including in technology. And the reason we wanted to do that is to inspire the future generation and the younger women to look up to women in very male-dominated sectors and see that they can also be successful if they give it a try. Last but not least, women in STEM remains a very long issue that needs to be tackled. And there you have several gaps. You have the gap in the education, the gap in the employment, in the retention, and then the founders gap. So again, women tech startups are less represented in education. For example, in the Arab world, the graduates reach up to 57% as STEM graduates who are women. However, when it comes to retention rates in the workplace, these numbers automatically, drop, and also representation in the labor force ends up dropping as well. So what can we do about that? There are so many things that can be done, including, promoting women role models, revisiting policies for workplace to be more inclusive. In the private sector, primarily, for example, you have a lack of measurement. So a lot of companies are starting to have gender equality strategies to be more inclusive of women and to promote women to the leadership level. But then the measurement for these strategies is almost non-existent. So how can we change that? And how can we get accurate data and reporting from different sectors, all tallied into the government level or the national level, I would say, to be able to tailor future solutions that can actually solve the problem and move the needle on gender equality.
Yeah, true. That's why we really depend on there being women in policies, so they can really stand up for the other women and support them in this. And these all thoughts were very insightful today. And I'm really thanking you all for joining this panel and giving all this beautiful life journeys of yours, and I would like you to give your closing remarks. So I will start with Wendy, your closing remarks for the day.
Okay, everyone, this has been a pleasure. I love to help people. I would love to stay in contact with those that would love to grow in leadership and confidence. You can email me at my personal email at onewendybrown@gmail.com. Again, that's one, the number one, Wendy, WENDI, Brown@gmail.com. I also have a website, Conquer Confidently, where I talk about how I help people exude and display their leadership. So please reach out to me. I love giving back to people and helping them along the way, because that's how I got to where I am today.
Thank you, Wendy, for this support. So this is an offer from Wendy to for all of you, in case you want any mentoring. She's ready to be your mentor. So next, Mireille.
So thank you, Khulud, for the opportunity, and thanks to all the panelists today. It's been amazing to be part of this this discussion and conversation. One of the key messages that I want to leave the audience with is to understand that you know, we need more women in STEM, and that's an important things to say, because I think women have the potential. They have the potential to be in those industries. It's just a matter, like Wendy was saying, a matter of being confident and having, you know, the right mindset to be able to start to use, you know, their skills, and there's so much talent available, and their, you know, their creativity to create innovation and to really, you know, bring the sector, the STEM sector, to another level. So I really, you know, I want to let this message out there. I'm myself doing a lot of empowerment work, created a few platforms to be able to, you know, bring this message and make sure that women start to be very confident, embrace STEM, and understand that STEM is actually an important way. Being in STEM is an important way for them to access those high-paying jobs, so to empower themselves economically and eventually play, you know, a much bigger role into the economy, and really bring, you know, the sustainability that we're looking for.
Thank you, Mireille. Thank you for joining us today. Ella, can you give us your closing remarks?
Yes, thank you, Khulud. Yes, very short note from my end. I think we need to also not underestimate the fact that we've done a great progress in the last decades as women, and that society is recognizing our efforts as well as our and rewarding our successes. So we have to have faith, remain hopeful, remain joyful, and prosper. And that we should look for male ambassadors to help us in our further quests as well, because without the support of the other 50% of the population, we won't be reaching very far. So I encourage all of you to talk tomorrow and the days after about what you've heard today to your fellow you know, friends, colleagues, networks, women and male, and share our stories and our insights, because otherwise it will be lost. And of course, happy to stay in touch with everybody and hopefully create something together. And
thank you,
yeah,
dear Ella.
That's it.
Thank you very
for
much.
The invitation.
Anissa, your closing remarks.
Sure. Thank you, Khulud. So I'd like to close with a how. How do you start from the beginning, where you're discouraged from seeking an education and working from outside the home, to where I've come today, which is I was just a month ago awarded the globally recognized Stevie Business Award for Solo Female Entrepreneur of the Year. How do you do that? And how you start from here and go to here, it starts with a vision. You have to have a vision, you have to have a hope, and you have to have faith. So what is that one thing that you keep turning back to when you're left alone? What is that thing that you think about? What is that fire that is within you that you focus on when you have a little bit of extra time? Usually that indicates that that's a passion. So if you can visualize and identify what your vision is and your hope is for yourself, maybe for your children or your family or your community, then it's about charting a path to get there. This time in your life is going to pass no matter how you spend it, whether you spend it watching Netflix or baking cakes or helping your sister with her kids or whatever it is. And so make sure that as that time passes, that you're taking those baby steps. You're eating that elephant one bite at a time, which is a saying that we have here. How you accomplish a gargantuan task is one tiny bite at a time or baby steps along the way. And then what you'll find is that your vision of your passion and the realization of that starts to change and morph a little bit, and that's okay. In the business world and in startups, we call those pivots, and pivots are to be expected. And so persevere through these obstacles. Keep going. No matter what you do, don't stop going. Continue that forward progress towards your vision. And if you do that, then you'll find that on the other side of that period of time, you'll have achieved so much more than you ever thought you could. If you want to talk to me more, my name, as you can see in the banner, and that's Alan Santos. Just look me up on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter, and I'll be happy to chat with you.
Well said indeed, Anissa. Vision, they say vision lead the leader, and set the road for the leader, actually. So in order to lead, you need a vision, and this is great. Thank you very much for joining us, Anissa, today.
Thank you.
And I would like Noha now to share her last thoughts for today.
Yes. Thank you very much for today. This was an amazing panel, and I want to close by saying that women inclusion and innovation is a strategic business priority, and it should be looked as a market opportunity. It is not a nice to do on the side of business or on the side. It is a must do to unlock an economic opportunity. Second, social innovation. And women who are driving social innovation are the enablers of the future if we enable them through technology. So I hope that they can receive more support. And lastly, the most important way for us women entrepreneurs to move forward is to have other women supporting us and to have a tribe of women who believe in us and who can push us forward into the future. Thank you very much.
Started by having you all here to share all your ideas with all the audience. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, audience, for watching us. And you can watch the recorded event on YouTube soon. Thank you very much and have a great night.